This broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G, Motorsport Australia, Play Seat, The Gamesman, OG Gear, SimSpeed TV, Speed Cafe, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track like chef, so you're gonna that's on me. Out here getting this beer, if you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean, could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight it, need for speed, I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace, go like that, I'm back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.
Well, we are most of the way through the championship in terms of race numbers for 2025, but we are still yet to hit the halfway marker in terms of the distances we've traveled. That'll happen in about an hour and a half's time into this race. It happens before the halfway mark of the Phillip Island 500, because get ready, ladies and gentlemen, it is True Force Endurance Cup time. Phillip Island's going to be kicking us off here with the 500 from Phillip Island in Victoria. And Sandman, well, if the heavens are going to open, and we have waited a long time for that to happen, this could be the place where that all starts to unfold.
Good evening, Scotty. Good evening, everyone, wherever you're watching around Australia or indeed around the world. Absolutely. And I guess it seems fitting, isn't it, when you talk about Phillip Island, Victoria, weather, there's always going to be a spanner in the works. So these teams are going to have to be prepared for it, because, I was fortunate enough to do some racing around Phillip Island 2 weeks ago and loved it in the dry. I didn't do any laps there in the wet, so I'm hoping that these teams have prepared themselves, because, like you said, those showers could be just around the corner.
Could be just around the corner indeed. The critical factor, there's going to be a few of them here tonight as well, as co-driving roles and how best to get those ones out. But the main one for me is actually maximum consecutive lap times. So to split this one down the middle, it's 113 laps. Well, half of 113 is 56.5. Guess what? The maximum number of consecutive laps you can do is 57. So realistically, in terms of strategy, there's one strategy. Co-driver does 56 laps, main driver does 57 at the end. That's it. There's no flexibility on that marker. A safety car, that's going to cast the cats amongst the pigeons, because maximum fuel distance is 33 laps. So realistically, the window to get home is a safety car on lap 22, 23, and then co-driver does a full stint to the end of that one. So that's really interesting from that script. But the safety car, Sam, I know how many times have we talked about that thing this year, and every time we do, we scare it a little bit further away back into hiding. So I might have just cursed us for the rest of the night. I might go green the whole way.
Well, let's face it too, Phillip Island isn't a huge safety car racetrack. You know what I mean? But as far as the carnage that could possibly happen, there is so much space and runoff on this racetrack that, it's not like we've got a bottleneck situation where part of the track could be really jammed up and have that safety car need. But you never know. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Well, we all sort of know this one. This is one that is absolutely well known to us in a section of the continent that is most like England. This is going to be right up there, right down here near Melbourne, and out on the little island that could home to the Australian Grand Prix for motorcycles. But this one is a tyre burner in a V8 supercar. It is long, it is fast, it is challenging, and I would not want to be a right side tyre around this place.
That's right. And look at that track map too. You couldn't get it any closer to the ocean, could you? Amazing racetrack. I think it's really up there with one of our best in Australia. Obviously, you've got Mount Panorama is right up there as well. But it's obviously famously known for MotoGP. But the V8s do an absolute cracking job around this racetrack.
Yeah, it's fast and flowing. This is going to take a lot of those elements and challenge them to the maximum. So settle yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Fast and flowing is going to be the name of the game. Tyre burn is going to be a fair way up as well. So that is what we're looking forward to. Run down to turn number one of the fastest corners and flowing corners. A little bit of a back downshift into fifth gear. Southern loop. Apply the power, but also make sure you maintain that apex through Stoner Corner. You could see a lot of drivers lifting off through Stoner Corner tonight to protect the front tyres. Make sure they last the distance as well. And Siberia, one of the coldest corners on a racetrack in the country. And I guarantee there'll be, for many marshals that have ever worked on that corner, there will be no contest. That will be the coldest place that you've ever marshaled from in your life.
If we talk about safety cars, I reckon Miller Corner is the track on this, or the corner on this racetrack that it can be calamity corner a little bit, because you carry so much speed, on the exit of Southern Loop in through to Stoner Corner, and then you think about maybe making that dive up the inside, and if you're a little bit too late committed on the brake pedal, maybe old mate in front of you doesn't quite see you, comes across your nose, that's when we can have calamity corner. So that's probably, I reckon, one of the highest braking points on the racetrack where we can have carnage. So it'll be something to look out for as the night goes on.
Yep, and that is the racetrack in its maximum For the meantime, we are just a couple minutes away from getting into qualifying, about 3 minutes in fact in total. Probably time to start talking about co-drivers. There's a couple of the main gamers that are going to be doing co-driving effectively duties here tonight. The big one is, after some medical procedures, Brenton Hobson's out here to log laps. He will actually be letting teammate Tom Freer take effectively the main game role for that car this evening. But also think about the co-drivers and what they bring to the table. Ethan Warren's going to be stepping back behind the wheel of Brady Myers' car next round when we get to Sandown. Tonight he's got Ray and Leonage, as Madison Downs actually not available to go racing, unfortunately, here tonight. So he'll be taking a break. But the other ones to think about, Brock Feeney steps into this series from Sandown as well. How's that for, he's just fresh off winning himself a sprint car, and he's getting behind the virtual world as well. I think from his perspective, I think he just wants more laps, more anything. Keep working at it, keep twisting the dials, keep improving.
Absolutely, and how blessed are we to have the likes of himself? And we talk about having Kostecki and Van Gisbergen in the background with the Lobs boys. To have that supercar infringement that we've got, and then we've obviously at TTR, you've got Heimgartner and Macaulay Jones as well that are in the series, and yeah, it makes for a great series, and good to see the likes of Brock Feeney. I think people who probably didn't know that story, that he's joining the racing, you'd see his name up there and think, well, that's not the Brock Feeney, but I can guarantee you it is.
It's a very rare name.
There you go. And Richie Stanaway, there we go. So just on screen as well. So, we're really lucky, and it's great to have these guys that are a part of our series.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And how that one eventuated, well, we're lucky enough to have a couple members in our group and in our midst that actually do media work behind the scenes for Red Bull Racing. Just one conversation led to another, and we'll be seeing him from the next round. That's effectively how that eventuated. But I believe a lot of the conversation was being doing it for racing and wanted to sort of step it up, try things a little bit differently as well. It's never a bad thing. And for him, I'm very curious to see how he lines up pace-wise and what that car looks like. I think there'll be a lot of people watching that one with a lot of interest as well. Richard Stanaway, at the start of the season, was very close to winning races that would have locked him in for also a main game drive. Missed out on the final round of the qualifying season. Didn't score enough points. The transition required a win in. That's okay. Misses out on a main game driving role. That means he's a co-driver.
Not a bad co-driver, have they, at the end of the day? So, and that's what you think. You look through the names that we've got, our season regulars, and then to have someone that's not part of the championship to jump in and be your co-driver, that's where it really gets interesting. We've got some great co-drivers that are lining up, and it's not a bad name to have in the books, is it, as far as being your co-driver?
I think one of the interesting ones is Jake Burton, obviously not taking part in the main game this year. Just a little bit of a step back, a shuffle back for him, life and a few things getting in the way. Well, he steps up into a co-driving role, and I think Trans Tasman have actually probably got some of the strongest co-drivers when you take a look at the field, barring the Lobs outfit. But remember, Lobs have only got to field 3 cars worth of co-drivers. Trans Tasman have got to field, 6, 7, 8 cars worth of co-drivers. You've got Burton there, you've got Ethan Warren's going to be there, Rayhan Leonage. The quality of the co-drivers at that stable is significant as we jump into qualifying right here.
Yeah, and that becomes, obviously the mindset for a lot of these teams. You think about what your starting lineup's going to be for the season, and then you start thinking, right, who's our best opportunity that we could put in for Enduro. So, and here we go. The cars are on track, 20-minute qualifying session. Basically, everyone is out there having a crack, and this will determine the starting grid for tonight's 500.
This will be a big one. Definitely want a little bit of a tow. Not a massive impact to picking up the draft in the Gen 3s, but being out there and being isolated. But then again, there's the danger, isn't it, of somebody just impacting your pace just a little bit. At the moment, I'm going to jostling for track position as Jake Maloney's just sort of sliding down the inside on the run down to Miller. A few drivers actually making a little bit of a headway. Interesting to note at the moment as well, Scott Gamble is actually qualifying car 543. So he's stepped up into that one. And we're having a steer, although I believe Scott Gamble, that car is actually a wild card to the end of the season as well, with some of the entries that have dropped out across the journey. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Leo Duncan's the other one for Andre Yusuf. So Andre Yusuf's co-driver will actually be partaking in qualifying for car number 23 tonight. No mistaken registration, that is normally car number 900, so you'll see that one out on track at different points throughout the night. That's normally Andre Yusuf's number 900. That's the car right there. Just keeping an eye on what the track looks like. We're about to see our first drivers come out of the last couple of corners. Wayne Burke's on form at the moment. I'm very interested to continue keeping an eye quietly on him to see how he goes.
Yeah, it's an absolute game changer when it comes to enduro time too, because, you know, these longer races really suit some of these driving styles as well. And, you know, depending on, you know, your pace, I've never been a flat out sprint racer. I'm not very fast at the best of times. I think I've always enjoyed an endurance type race better. I think that sort of more falls into my wheelhouse. But, you know, a lot of these teams and drivers do enjoy that fact that as this race goes on, there's so many different chances and opportunities to make your race really change. So, you know, we've seen him do great races in the short runs, but it might really fall into his wheelhouse as this race gets on for 500 kilometres.
Just a little bit disappointed as well as we're watching qualifying, because I just realised it's supposed to be pelleting down rain, such as the forecast out there. Well, we haven't seen it, and again, we will have to wait to see the first drops of rain enter the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series. But this is what it looks like up at the pointy end of the first couple of cars that have come through and set their first flying lap times. So for now, out of the final couple of corners, Damon Woods is putting some strong sectors together in a car reminiscent of the old Team Vodafone 888 cars. For the Eclipse Racing stable, they look very, very cool. Happy with the way those have popped out. What's the time going to be? 1:31.6 puts him to the top of the timing tree to start us off. It's going to be the Chiefs Esports Club car that goes ahead of him and James Scott. So he sets the first flyer that goes to the top of the table. And then a return to service and a return to form. Phil Sell back to the top. 31.611. It is a dead heat for first and second. We will go to the 10,000th of a second to break that time. No, we won't, because there's one caller that's just gone 1,000th of a second faster. The top three covered by 1,000th of a second after run number one.
How good is that? How close do you want your qualifying? Like you said, it's only lap one. It's going to change, but how impressive is that? Three guys covered by 1/1000 of a second.
An update, Brady Myers' qualifying session will be done. Cars just requested a tow. No engine on for the number 22 machine, and his first flying lap was not good. It's about 15 seconds off the pace. So he will start from the very rear of the field.
Is that a downshift? I wonder what's happened there. That's, oh, they'll be gutted. We're frantically going through our replays just to see what we can find out that's happened, and I can only imagine it was a downshift.
Was a downshift on the way into Miller Corner,
Oh,
and it's not grenaded the engine immediately, but it's certainly put it on its last legs. So here we go. This is the one.
oh, yep.
That has been a quick car this season, capable of taking race wins. It is not capable of taking pole position tonight. How about that? Is a phenomenal way to start qualifying off.
and look, you know, look at Damon Woods. He's like 0.026, and then you got 0.31 there for Wayne Burke. You were touching on Burke. You were going to keep an eye on him. Well, look at that. He hasn't let you down. And it's great to see. But this is traditionally what we're going to see. The teams go out, do that one hot lap, come in, put a new set of Dunlops in, and have another crack. So still 14 minutes to go. This is going to be rinse and repeat as this session goes right down to the wire. So, but man, impressive stuff just for that banker.
I think my favourite part is we are the top 6 cars covered by less than half a tenth. Less than half a tenth covers 6 cars. 3 cars covered by 1,000. Are you kidding me? What are these guys been looking away at when they're walking away? By the way, 7th and 8th, the 29 and 36 Trans-Tasman cars, 4,000ths of a second between them. There's nothing at the pointy end of this field. Absolutely nothing.
That's what we want to see, and of course it's going to change a little bit as the rest of the session goes on. But Not bad. That's impressive stuff for that opening lap, and that's what we talk about, isn't it? It's in every broadcast, every time we go qualifying. It's the fact that these teams, it's crucial that they get a banker down, and when you can nail a banker that's as good as that, I mean, that's great for those guys. But we're probably going to see, little bits of improvement here. Like you said, the rain isn't going to bother this session, and I don't know if it is going to bother the race as we go on. We hope it does, from a commentator's point of view. I don't know about some of these drivers that'll be hoping for that. I'll probably need to learn a rain dance or two for Bathurst. How about that, Scotty? That'll look impressive in the G-Hub.
Yeah. Look, can we please do that? Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you know a dancing instructor that is willing to offer their services, we will not complain. By the way, I wanted to talk about a couple of Kiwis in the field that I think are going to be quite crucial here tonight. Because remember, they went to daylight savings last weekend. We're not on it until the end of this weekend, so there's a 3-hour gap for 1 week where we stuck a race right in the middle of that. It is currently just after 10 p.m. New Zealand time at the moment, and Damon Mulqueen is one of those drivers. Michael Taliantich is one of the other ones. I think we've got about 3 or 4 of them in the field here tonight, so not a significantly impacted part at the moment. But the other thing to consider is Sandown. We moved to daylight saving. Think about the guys on the western side of the country as well. Sandown's going to be starting for 4 o'clock, I think, in the western states, which will be, as we do have a fairly large contingent in the western half of the country.
The joys of sim racing, isn't it? And that's what we have. Those are those little hurdles, but we've got a great number of drivers and teams that are committed to this, and they'll take it on the chin. And like you said, it does make it a little bit awkward when it's daylight savings and everything else, but at the end of the day, they'll make it. They'll be racing, and we're going to see some good racing at that.
I reckon we've got a half an hour worth of coverage planned for GT Pro from Bathurst. If you mention the words daylight savings and Zach Caven in the same sentence, that generally gets you through for a couple of hours. Griffin Gardner, though, news this week, an update to the car and the livery, steps away from the Chiefs Esports Clubs and moves into a privateer. And at the moment, there is a Chiefs car immediately behind him. Actually, I have to find the number on the side of that car for Griffin Gardner at the moment. Not going to be improvement on lap number 2 for the 93 machine, but there is starting to be some shuffling. Well, Phil Sells said, I'm not happy with being P2, and he clears them by a 10th of a second. After the first lap, there was a 1,000th in it. Forget that. He's back to his usual tricks.
He's got a massive margin of just over a 10th. So, but here's Josh Anderson. He's on screen. Crosses the line.
Looks like a massive improvement for him. Indeed it was. P2. Right, so the track is still coming to the drivers at the moment. And he's managed to make some significant inroads. Ian Ford's going to try and slide in the inside. I wonder if Ian's actually on a flyer at this point in time. Rattray White didn't manage to improve on that second flyer. So he will get back to the pits. There'll probably be 2 more opportunities to get a lap in from qualifying here tonight. But start to think about the co-drivers now, because the big one is Brody Kostecki will be the co-driver aboard the 94 machine. He's likely to, realistically with that car, they can start either of the 2 drivers. Josh Anderson's also going to be capable. He knows that the quality that's alongside of him and Jake Burton is going to potentially challenge for race wins. In fact, Jake Burton's win last year came at this very circuit in the Gen 2, so he's going to be on for a strong result. Rattray White's got Seth Brown. Seth Brown is going to be put up against it here tonight. He is going to be tested for the depth of that number 17 entry.
And that's the ideal scenario, especially coming in an enduro season, is if you can find a driver pairing that's as good as you say your number 1 driver, and we use that term where they're number 1 because they are doing the complete season, and then your number 2. If you've got your number 2 as good as your number 1, that's almost the ideal situation, and that's what everyone dreams of. So yeah, for those teams, it's a bit of a less of an ice cream headache for them about who's going to start first and who's going to finish the race. And of course, like you touched on, if we get a safety car, some of the most perfect plans that could be laid out for these guys between driver pairings, they may have a scenario in their head as far as how this race is going to play out perfectly for them. The safety car can tip that on its head straight away.
Well, the big thing is the critical lap number is main driver can get in from lap 56 and run to the end of lap 56 and run to the end. Co-driver has to do 38 laps. So if you can sort of check off the first little bit, 19 laps or so with the main game driver on board, but the benefit is, from there on out, you absolutely can get home from the co-driver. Just one stint, which means your main game driver is going to be able to run, I think it's like 75% of the race, so it's a big ask, but yeah, it can be done. Brad Ratsu is qualifying Tyson Broad's car at the moment. Tyson Broad's actually just picked up and been doing a fair bit of fly-in, fly-out work of late. Hasn't had a lot of opportunity to get behind the wheel in the sim, and that means that Brad Ratsu sort of steps up and he's going to take a bulk of the work tonight. There's some discussion, was getting the opportunity to sort of witness and hear them talk about confidence levels earlier on in the day, and Ratsu certainly had the pace in the car, but Tyson was coming to it, and it took until really today before he actually started to feel confident and comfortable behind that car, but I guarantee he'll be treating himself like a co-driver tonight.
Yeah, it's something that I keep forgetting personally, that it's the first time for us to have these cars here at the island, because obviously it's Gen 3 era now. So, you know, a lot of teams and that have been doing, you know, different races and testing back in the background as far as doing laps around here for this racetrack. But for us as a series, it's the first time we've seen Gen 3 here. So really looking forward to seeing how the racing goes. And like you said, I'm curious about how some of the drivers are adapting to have the Gen 3 here for the first time.
Bowler's got Cody Bircher on board here tonight, but there will also be some star power that jumps behind the wheel in the number 12 when we get to Sandown. He's going to be picking up Logitech entry co-driver in Super 2 in Lockie Dalton, so there'll be some real star power. Actually got an opportunity to hang out with a pair of them down in Melbourne a couple of weeks ago, and there was certainly a fair amount of banter thrown back and forth between the pair of them. They are looking forward to their opportunities. Ryan Jones is picking up Nathan Hearn as well, who's going to be his co-driver throughout this series. So again, opportunities to get some speed in behind him. So Nathan Hearn's just filling in, but it's Dylan O'Keefe, who's in Singapore at the moment, who will be the co-driver for Ryan Jones for the other two rounds. So Formula One off to Singapore this weekend, by the way. I don't know if you've been watching the medal report. It's very damp over there at the moment.
They got the conditions we're wishing for right here.
Yeah. Oh, hello! Zach Rattray White has just popped up and thrown down a new pole position lap. 31.484. So he has found some speed. And we were watching Jared Philsell in the middle of all that mix. It was actually just in behind him that lap came down. So Philsell's gone back to P2. How about that? Zach Rattray White could have his first pole position in the series, and it's going to be on Endurance Cup starting night.
Look at the top five. So Eclipse with Zach Rattray White, Jared Philsell, and for Lobs, it's GTR's Josh Anderson in third. The second, another TTR car in Jake Maloney. He's there in the Chiefs Esports in James Scott. So that's your top five. And like you said, there's going to be one more roll of the dice for these teams and drivers. Can he hold on? First one into the 31.4s.
Yep, here we go. 5 minutes left in qualifying for the first of our 3 endurance races. We're off to Sandown in a couple of weeks' time, and then to the mountain. And how well did all of the Bathurst 1000 Celebration Week stuff run last year? Well, it's all come back for 2025 as well. In fact, it's been expanded just a little bit. We've got your co-driver clash round, Porsche Cups on Saturday night as well, but also the round of the GT Pro Series on the Friday night as racing action for the 1000 shifts to the Sunday. So the co-driver clash certainly made a mark last year.
Yep.
And I reckon that's going to be a fun one for this year. We did offer a golden ticket last year. I do wonder whether or not that will be on offer again this year.
Yeah, we might have to have a talk to the powers that be. But I thought that was a great incentive. You know, it really put extra emphasis on that co-drivers clash. You're not just there to help out, you know, your team on that race weekend. You've actually got a chance where you can put yourself in the spotlight for the main game for the next year. So I really hope they do. I love that they did that format, and it really worked well last year, didn't it? I think that was probably one of my favourite parts of that lead up to the Bathurst 1000. That was really good.
And for Josh Anderson at the moment, fires off out of the last corner. This will be his last attempt at a qualifying lap. What's he going to be able to set for us? Track temp has climbed fractionally across the duration of this session. And front straight, back to fifth gear, tips it in. It's just about balance through here. You've got to have a balanced car. You've got to line it up, hit your marks, or the curb that you can possibly use at the southern loop. A little bit of an arc out, and back in straight and exit out a fraction as well.
I'm sure, did he have a teammate in tow as well that he might be dragging along, which is good for the TTR guys if that's happening. And here we go. Josh hard under brakes. Gets in there and yep.
Andre Heimgartner just in behind him at the moment. In the 027. Both of them looking to set their final laps. At the moment, there is a big pack of cars just up ahead of them that is on their way across through Lukey Heights. So as these guys will climb up to the crest of the hill, everyone else will start in their lap. They're not going to actually hit that traffic as the pace of that traffic will start to climb. But right now, last opportunity for Josh Anderson. He's been close on a couple occasions this season. Is the True Force Enduro Cup Phillip Island 500 going to be the time? No, the lap's not going to be good enough. He's going to abandon it back to pit lane. So the best possible starting position for Anderson will be third. He's got 2 minutes to get back out there. There is a potential for him to start another flying lap, but it's a small potential. And I just feel like there's no way that he can get that lap in at a reasonable pace. For Andre Heimgartner, it's not going to be an improvement for him. Ian Ford will come out of the final corner. He's about to start a new flying lap to take him through the end of the session. The big question we've got to ask ourselves is Phil Snell improving wide at turn 1? So that will conclude his qualifying run.
Sorry to cut you off. What you're saying about Jared. Sorry, buddy.
Well, I think the big thing is, has Phil Snell got enough in the tank to improve on this final lap of the session? Down the hill, Rattray White's got the pole position just ahead of him. I don't know that he has made time. He's lost time in the first sector for my liking, so I don't think there's going to be anything on the table, and he's going to abandon the lap.
Oh, yep.
Which means the highest that he can start will be P2 for Rattray White out of the final corner. Is he going to be able to improve? Will anyone else be able to topple that time? 45 seconds left on the session for Zach Rattray White. Doesn't improve on the final lap of the session. There was some improvements further down. O'Reilly's going to find some time. Brenton Hobson, after not feeling well, has managed to get out there. He'll start a new qualifying lap to finish the session off. James Scott, was he able to improve? No, that first lap that Scott's put down, that's been his best so far.
See Gardner across the line, hasn't been able to improve as well. Going through the field, Stenberg back in 14th, so he's clawing his way up there. Is he going to be able to hold on? Ian Ford, what do we got? 8 seconds left on the clock.
I don't think he's going to make the line.
No, he's not going to make the corner for another start. As we're going to see the checker for this session. And there it is. Barney's given it a good wave there. 40 crosses the line with 39.6.
What was that mistake down at turn 1 that aborted that lap? Bo Albert.
Yeah, they're not
inside
improving.
The top 10. Brian Borg's done. Yeah. Chris Ireland deeper in the field. Will give everything that he's capable of on his run to the line. Looking to beat 32.395. Looks like he might have improved on that lap. Yeah, 3.55. So there was an improvement. Don't know if it was good enough to grab a spot. But it's looking to me as we're starting to get the conclusion of qualifying. I think Rattray White's done it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I can't see the board lighting up anymore with purple sectors. And possibly he's coming to the checker. If he can improve his fastest time as the 32.0. It doesn't quite do that. So we may have our pole sitter for this Clip Sim Sports team. Zach Rattray White might have just taken it.
Yeah, Zach Rattray White's got it at the moment. Gilliam will fire back into pit lane. He's going to start no better than 9. So there's a little bit of shuffling and moving up towards the front, but have a look at how tight they are. Again, 4 cars covered by less than 500s. Leo Duncan, series debut. And I was actually talking to the team just a little bit earlier on. Leo Duncan's first ever team race on iRacing, by the way. Having some issues with registration for that car. So for a driver that's that brand new to iRacing, for him to put it right in the middle of the field.
That's impressive.
That's impressive because not only, look, there's pace, there's speed, but he's done it in a supercar. That's one of the toughest asks when you're getting used to iRacing. That is not easy. That is a huge marker for him.
And you think about also the names that we've got in our field. This is probably one of the toughest supercar fields you ever come across. So if you find yourself mid-pack in that, that's a feather in his cap, absolutely.
Well, qualifying's run and done. And Zach Rattray White has had opportunity this year. It's not necessarily always gone his way. One finally has tonight, and he will be over the moon with this one for the Eclipse Sim Sports car. Will line it up on pole position, the first of his career in the Logitech Pro Invitational. Jared Philsell's had a few of them, but he will have to line up on the other side of the first row here tonight. Throw it back to row number 2, though, and it's going to be an all-trans Tasman row number 2. Jake Burton is going to be starting car number 36 alongside of Josh Anderson, and Jake Maloney will be lining up alongside of him on board the number 29 car. On row number 3, James Scott in the 088 entry has managed to qualify that car in P5. Damon Woods will be over the moon for his teammate, and he is going to have to do some work just over a tenth and a half, sorry, just under a tenth and a half back. Wayne Burke and Matthew Bowler are going to round out row number 4 before we'll get back to 9th and 10th on the grid, where Andrew Gilliam and Bo Albert find themselves at the end of qualifying. Our defending champion from last year, Dylan Rudd, finds himself all the way back in 11th, only 0.02 of a second better than the number 7 car, which has got Ethan Griegel. And looks like the co-driver's going to start that one. Griffin Gardner's entry all the way back in 13th spot, which will be alongside of Kurt Stenberg. And I think this might be Stenberg's best qualifying performance thus far in 2025. Lachlan Cable's co-driver, Ocean Colangelo, will be starting off of row number 8, lining up alongside of Jordan Ross's number 143 car. Back to 17th and 18th spot, Brenton Hobson is on board that car to start at the moment. After qualifying that car in 17th, Josh Horton will be lining up alongside of him in the 222 entry for Jacob O'Reilly. In forward, inside the top 20, showing a little bit of pace for his team, will line up alongside of the 111 machine with Wayne Campbell, the co-driver, will start for the Vermilion X-Fury 111. Dylan Pereira just barely missed out to qualifying for the series. He's entered in as a wild card for the remainder of the championship. Ewan Baker makes it an all-Synergy Sim Racing row number 11. He'll be co-driving, by the way, for Adam Briggs. Ruben Goodall's on board the number 53 machine for Bud as his co-driver, and Jake Blackhall will be lining up alongside of him in 24th spot. 12 rows in, back to row number 13. Tyson Broad, we said, was not necessarily been pacey, but that car has managed to find itself to 25th. Right in the midfield, they should be really, really happy with that qualifying result. Andre Yusuf's Leo Duncan entry will line up alongside of him. Jamie Stovall is going to be on board the number 7 car in 27th spot. Scott Mackay will be alongside them in 28th. 29th and 30th, Barndell and Ryan Jones to bring us back to the 30. From here, we get back outside the 30. Synergy Sim Racing number 95 entry. Damien Johnson will be on board Glenn Postlethwaite's car to start that one. Jack Widders looks like he's going to be starting on board number 018 car. Oscar Target will be his co-driver here tonight. Another 027 Trans Tasman machine. We'll have Russell Pepperell will start on board of that car. Ben Faulkner will be starting off alongside of him in the 28 entry. 95 Sim Sports. Sean McNamara will be co-driver. Sorry, his co-driver will be Michael Stewart, the 951 entry, and Brian Borg will be starting off alongside of him. Before we get back to Billy Mull, who'll be starting for Damon Mulqueen's 42 entry, and James Glasspool will be on board for, I believe that'll be Chris Ireland's car as well. Back to the cars who set their lap times. Brady Myers was the car deepest in the field that did set a lap time, and I believe Rick Kuznetsov's car failed to settle a time in qualifying. Will come from the rear, as will Luke Rosella, and it'll be Thomas McMillan who'll be on board that car in 41st, were the 2 cars that failed to set times. Right, Sandman's going to run down and grab our driver from pole position, and it's going to be a man who's incredibly excited. Zach Rattray White stands alongside of him.
Yes, congratulations, Zach. As we head to the Gamesman's Grid Walk pole position for the first race for the Enduros, mate. You'd be absolutely stoked with that, surely.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much it means for a longer race like this, but I guess it's pretty cool to get it ticked off and out the way.
It's the best starting position, mate. You don't have to worry about, any carnage happening in front of you. And, mate, no doubt it was a pretty good lap, but it all looks pretty good too. Is that specials paint scheme you got going for tonight?
Yeah, Eddie whipped up a fairly decent paint, I think. Quite a few compliments been thrown around, so yeah, credit goes to him for that one. But yeah.
How you feeling about tonight, mate? Obviously, big race, 500 Ks, and then obviously you've got your co-driver to jump in as well. You've got a bit of a feeling about how tonight's going to go. You're excited, you're nervous. How are the feelings at the moment?
Well, I think it's pretty cruisy, to be honest. I don't think there's I think we're trying to run into it with no expectations because yeah, there's obviously quite a few good teams behind us. I think we'll just try and get Seth's laps out the way and see where the strat takes us, or less of the strat. I mean, there isn't much options we got, so yeah, we'll see.
All right, mate. Well, we'll let you get composed, get ready for tonight, mate. All the best. Look, should be an easy job. Just get a good start, leave Jared and everyone behind, and take the checker. What do you reckon?
It sounds like a good plan, but I mean, we'll have to execute it, right?
All the best, mate. Car looks brilliant. Hats off to you and the team, and hopefully we're talking to you at the end of the night, mate. All the best for 500.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, there you go, Scotty. Now I'm going to hand it over to you, where you've caught up with Sean McNamara.
Sean McNamara has unfortunately not necessarily had the best qualifying performance of his career. 35th and a little bit of the way down the field, mate. But I believe you're throwing a fair bit of confidence behind Michael Stewart here tonight, letting him start the car.
That's what co-drivers are for, isn't it? Give them the hard job. But yeah, no, look, wasn't actually planning to race tonight until yesterday or the day before. So yeah, we really haven't done a lot of prep, which shows in this field. But that's all right. Long way to go, 500k. So we'll push forward, and Stewie will do a good job. It's a good experience for him.
Mate, the big one, and I believe the reason that we're having a fairly extensive chat to you here tonight, you're running for mental health research throughout the entirety of October. Set yourself a goal of 60 kilometres to be run across the duration. Mate, you're already a quarter of the way there. 15k is already knocked out. We're 3 days into the month.
Yeah, we're going to bump it up. So we've got, yeah, look, Black Dog Institute, 1 Foot Forward initiative. So it's all around mental health. You know, research development programs and things like that. It's a great course. Only stumbled across it this year. So, you know, on the top of my car, I've got a little barcode there. You can scan on that and feel free to donate. We've set ourselves a 60k target and a $1,000 fundraising effort, and we're close to the 1,000. So, if we get to 1,000, I'll bump another 5 on it, and every 100 after that, we'll throw another 5k's on. So. Hoping to do 100 odd Ks this month, but it's a great cause, great initiative, and yeah, and even if you can't donate, you know, you can still sign up now, and you can set any goal you want, 5Ks, 10Ks, whatever. You know, sign up, be a part of it. Great community, and yeah, it's for a really good cause.
I think one of the biggest things, obviously, is this is part of a wider sort of change for you. I think this is obviously a conversation that's worthwhile having at the moment, but I had a chat to your doctor, a couple months back now, and the conversation sort of went something along the lines of, hey, you probably need to start looking after yourself a little bit better. You look the best I've ever seen you looking, by the way, in a lot of the photographs I've seen. So
Stop it,
props
Scotty.
to you, mate.
Stop it.
Mate,
yeah,
well, look, I'm going to say it's far easier to drive 500Ks than it is to run 60Ks, mate.
100%. But yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I don't know how much time we got, but yeah, pretty solid chat with the doc. I had a bunch of health issues going on, and 9 weeks ago started a journey. I've dropped 14 kilos in 9 weeks, and the goal is half marathon in June next year, and you know, you're sort of up around comfortably. I couldn't run 100 meters without being out of breath, and you know, now running 8Ks non-stop. So anyone can do it. You just got to find the time to do it, and you got to put yourself first, put your health first, put your mental health first, and you know, get into it and look after yourself. No one else will.
Mate, first and foremost, congratulations. I think the proof's in the pudding. Like I said, you look in fantastic shape, mate. So keep the head down, and most importantly, make sure you throw a few elbows Michael Stewart's way. Don't let him get away with that one, and he'll be the next one running alongside you.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. We'll see how we go. We're getting Stewie doing his, and obviously he's got the Bale and Stewart Foundation to run and worry about as well. Another great cause on the card. But yeah, it should be a great night. Looking forward to it, and hope you guys have a good night in the booth.
Mate, well, good luck. We'll let you go and get on to spotting duties, and well, this will be a little bit of a break for you, sitting down in a chair and not having to run for the rest of the night.
It'd be nice. Welcome change.
Mate, enjoy. Have fun.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one, eh?
Ladies and gentlemen, Sean McNamara starts out at 35th spot here tonight. We'll keep a check-in with those guys. If you would like to donate, we'll get the links out to you guys on socials as well. We did actually get some photographs going your way. That is a fired-up Kurt Stenberg, who is climbing in behind the wheel of the car. 40 seconds before we'll be going green here tonight. Who is your pick, Steven? Sandman, Clark, and don't say the safety car.
I don't know. It's so hard to go past Jared Filsell, Brody Kostecki. They're a great lineup, and Jared's shown exactly how, he's been the class of the field all season, so I don't think much will change tonight. So I'm going with that.
Well, Richard Hamstead's got an opportunity to put that car a long way further forward. Like we said, the talent in the co-driver roles, but after a long chat to the man that sits on P3 and all the way back at Queensland Raceway, a bit over a month and a half ago, I reckon there's an opportunity for Josh Anderson to put his case forward in the Logitech True Force. 500Ks here tonight, 500Ks in a couple of weeks' time, and 1,000Ks to come. 2,000 kilometres worth of racing for the True Force Endurance Cup. It all starts here. The run to turn one. Who's going to fire it off? Who's going to spin tyres? Phil Sell got a good getaway. Sorry, that's Kostecki who's starting up the outside of the front row. And it looks like that Zach Rattray White's going to be P2 before they get to the first corner. And they're all going to try and feed in. Hamstad's going to try and go around the outside of Jake Burton. Has managed to crawl that car away spectacularly. Here comes James Scott as well. He's starting on board that car. So there's two main game drivers in the top 5. And they're going to have a right royal crack. Damon Woods and Wayne Burke, another 2 inside the top 7. So we've got 3 main drivers inside the top 7. And this is going to be a tricky one to sort of ask questions about. Who's trying to make the gains? Woods is trying to fire it down the inside as we run through Stoner Corner. He's going to try and go the long way round. Gets an elbow, though, from Jake Burton. James Scott's trying to slot his way in as well. There's doors, there's panels that's being rubbed as we climb our way out towards Siberia for the first time tonight. Kostecki will lead the way.
Yeah, brilliant start from most of the field here. Everyone just giving each other just enough room to make a perfect start so far. So everyone knows this is such a long race. Oh, just I say that, there might have been just a little bit of contact for a couple of cars. They might have gathered it up, so they all did, thankfully. Oh, just as I say that, someone rejoined. So that's Ben Faulkner. He got a little bit sideways. Looked like he got some help, but car's straight and he's getting on with it.
Wayne Burke's trying to go down around the outside at the moment of Richie Stanaway. So Stanaway's managed to pick that spot off on the first lap, but there was so much paint traded. And now they'll try and settle their way down here, but it is so difficult to go side by side through the last corner, and Burke has managed to grab that spot back. He's been on speed, he's been on talent of late as the driver of the 89. And Wayne Burke has had probably a standout year in 2025, but I don't think he's done just yet.
Very good start by the 40 cars around this racetrack. Little nose to tail, but that's all right. That's what we expect. We don't want too much of this gentleman stuff. Get your elbows out. They know that they've got an opportunity to make a position. There's going to be pressure, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Into this braking zone, I touched on it. It comes into a little bit of a calamity corner, and you make a dive up the inside, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. The problem is that you can get swamped by 2 or 3 cars, but it's a matter of just holding on.
Yeah, Randy Costello, Bo Albert's co-driver, picking up a couple spots. They've elected to start him. So let's take you through the top 10 and talk a little bit about co-driver versus main. Brody Kostecki, co-driver that's leading the way at the moment for car number 94. Rattray White, main driver on board that car. Richard Hamstead, so again, co-driver is going to be on board for car number 29. And then we get back to Jake Burton, co-driver, main game driver for Damon Woods, main driver for James Scott, main for Wayne Burke. Richie Stanaway's a co-driver. Dylan Rudd's another main driver. Rainey Costello's co-driver to round out the top 10. So it's about a 50-50 mix.
I love it. It's great. It gets a little bit stale when everyone, goes the same sort of, if they're going, everyone uses their co-drivers at the start or uses their main drivers good to see that they've mixed it up, and that's just the quality of the field. And everyone's got confidence in either their A driver or their B driver, and that's what we like to see.
Big gainer on lap number 1, by the way, insider, just lurking on the back end of that top 15. Rain Campbell, co-driver on board for the 111 machine. He's doing a brilliant job at the moment for Teo Sorono. So he's qualified right up there and in the point, and he's gaining spots. Thomas McMillan as well from the rear end of the field has gained a ton of spots. Ocean Colangilo's dropped a couple. She's dropped back to 18th from about 15th starting. So, but Thomas McMillan's on the move. He comes down the inside. Veld looking for nick a couple spots, but again, you've got to be aggressive in these opening couple laps.
Yeah, it's the perfect time to pounce because it's obviously the start of the race. Everyone's bunched up. Some drivers might be just taking it easy at the start, looking after these tyres. They don't want to be too aggressive. So if you've got someone that has just been a little bit gentle at the start, it's a perfect opportunity to pounce because they're so bunched up. So, and that's what we're seeing, and that's probably what led to a little bit of that contact. Someone might have made a bit of a dive, but thankfully we've got straight race cars. There's no damage, and everyone's still going.
Now McMillan's going to fire it down the inside. Tyson Broad, and he's just not all that willing to fight that one at this point in time. So he will yield. Remember, Luke Rosella won at Bathurst last year. That car has been a specialist at most of the endurance events. They pick up their best results for Luke Rosella at the endurance races.
How good is this shot on board? The roof cam, hamburger cam for James Scott. And you can see just the little gains that he gets. Now, we said it's the first time for us to have Gen 3 here, and the aero isn't as strong as what we saw in Gen 2. You could really see that suck up in the draft, but with Gen 3, we're not noticing it as much now. So that's something that these drivers and teams need to think about. Obviously, setting up your exit is always important, but it becomes much more important now that the toe isn't as strong.
Yeah, so making sure that you get great exit off of those corners, making sure that you set yourself up really nicely and think about that long gain. And for Brenton Thompson as well, how long will the painkillers last for the driver on board the 88? But again, you'll have got 2 drivers on board that car. They're going to be much for muchness. Dan Hall, fresh off his hardest working month of the year, I can assure you of that. Logitech Australia's marketing rep. He had to put together a massive event down in Melbourne a couple of weeks ago. And then invited a whole bunch of the drivers from the series and one of the commentators down. That was not a smart idea to invite me down to a Melbourne event.
It's so good to see Dan having a crack too. Like you said, he's been so busy with Logitech, and now he races in the Vet Series as well, and now he's got the Enduro drive. Like he's loving it. He's enjoying his racing. Good to see him at the moment, top 20.
Yep, he'll have a big job alongside Ian Ford here tonight. Trying to hang on to things. Update, first incident of the night, and it's going to be a drive-through penalty for Ruben Goodall for contacts on lap 2. So looking for a little bit of an update on that one. We will get an update for you and a replay. For now, race starting to tick away. I believe we're already on lap 5. They fire through so quickly here tonight. We're looking for a race time. If this goes green, somewhere around the 3 hour mark, it goes green on time.
Yeah, and we're at a point, like you said, we've peeled off those 5 really quick, and this is at a point now of the race where these guys will get themselves just into a bit of a rhythm, get into a groove, just maybe not push too hard at the moment, make those opportunities when you can, but a lot of racing around here, 500 Ks as we go to the OG Gear replay. This is where there's going to be that little bit of contact, sure enough. Yep, round he goes. So, and that's what you just touched on. So that's what the drive-through penalty is for Ruben Goodall. And now he'll have to take a tour down pit lane.
And that's not the contact from that one as well, because remember we had Ben Ford facing in the wrong direction. So there's something that's going on there. You can actually see a fair bit of whack right in the centre of Goodall's car on the way to pit lane. So a little bit of impact at the front end.
And look, as disappointed as they'll be, it's, you know, if you're going to get a penalty, let's do it straight away, get it over and done with, because the chances of a safety car, you know, they said they're not highly likely, but you just never know. And there's always plenty of time to bounce back.
Worthwhile pointing out just how unlucky Jack Wittes has been this year. Have a look at them, 3 wide in the middle of that. So this is trying to figure out what happened to Ben Faulkner. He shoves his nose in 3 wide.
Oh, we didn't see that, because it continues on. Keep watching this. This is where we saw Faulkner go around. And that's where he got sideways. But yeah, we didn't see the carnage before that. So, geez, that got real tasty, didn't it?
A fair bit of damage to the rear bumper as well of Faulkner. But yeah, Postlethwaite. Fair bit of work to do, unfortunately. So, regardless, starting to cut their way back through the field. In the meantime, though, how are they all running front end of town? Richie Stenaway, just a couple of looks at him. He's actually up a couple of spots inside the top 10, starting around 9. So they've made some inroads on this first stint. Dylan Rudd's up a couple of spots as well. So realistically, there's a couple of ways to slice the pie. Co-driver has to do 38 laps at a minimum, but the big critical marker is the consecutive lap count. And for me, that's the bigger one.
Yeah, and I like that too, because, you know, that, as simple as it could be, that could be messy with a safety car too. You know, if you decide to dart your co-driver and then, you know, just before you're going to change, or, you know, it doesn't quite fall the correct way when you want to swap drivers, a safety car might come out. You might leave that driver out, but if you hit that marker and you go any more than 57 consecutive laps, that's going to give you a penalty. And if you have to bring that driver in and that puts you out of sequence with pit stops, that could be quite painful. So that'll be ticking along in everyone's mind. They'll have contingency plans in place, obviously, to find out the best way to go about it, but something they really need to think about as this night goes on.
And I swear I heard some fuel saving going on from Richie Stenaway as well. So there'll be a few drivers sort of thinking about that. At the moment, Hampstead's sort of the cork in the bottle from this little pack at the front. Rattray White and Kostecki have both sort of skipped clear. And I wonder whether or not there will be some communication, obviously, between Burton and Hampstead about what they're going to do. So keep an eye on whether, what are you doing if you want to, I know this is hard to believe, so put yourself in their shoes when you actually have a lot of time.
Yes. I'll play your silly game.
What are you doing in this situation? Are you trying to save a little bit? You can't get the overtake done because it's just that the risk, the difficulty of the overtake. So do you say, what are you doing to get yourself ahead?
Yeah, for the moment, you are just playing the long game at the moment. So you are just looking after the car. You're not making any mistakes. You are saving whatever fuel you can, because at the end of the day, that reward might help you later on. So whether it's a safety car that might come out at an inappropriate time, you might just have that little bit more fuel where you've saved and you can go that distance. So, you know, at the moment, there's no need to push. It's so early, and these guys will have their teams in their ear just saying, look after the car. You don't want to ding up the front. No nose to tail. You know, you're in a situation where you're just going to cut laps at the moment. There's no pressure at all to do anything silly at lap 8 when it's 113 laps around here. So, fortunately, I was in a bit of a situation like this on a much shorter race for the Vets race last week, and it's just, you just sit and ride and just wait for the race to play out.
I think the big thing that's worthwhile pointing out at this point in time is how close Damon Wood's been able to get to the rear bumper of the Trans-Tasman cars, just fractionally ahead of him as well. It's just about touching them, going through a lot of the slower corners. Hasn't unfortunately been able to translate that to drive in the straight line. Kurt Stenberg will take a little bit of a look over at some data, a little bit of a sigh, relax, and back up on the wheel before you get down to turn number 1. And the big thing is, leaning into the corners, it's worth style points. Forget what anyone else actually says. There is a gain there.
Absolutely there is. Look at him up on the wheel. Love it. Australia's favourite sim racer, no doubt about that. Look at him, just up on the wheel. I love how he goes about his racing, but this hamburger cam is really good indication. We saw down the front straight of just how that toe isn't really sucking him up to the car in front of him. Oh, you can see there's a dive up the inside. Denny's there just watching. He's like, how's this all going to unfold? So he wasn't close enough there to capitalise, but a great shot just to show you where these guys are positioned in their cars, getting these little cheeky looks up the inside if they get that opportunity. So that was Gardner who made that move up the inside. And it really, if we see this down the front straight again, you'll see, unfortunately, we just don't have that toe that really sucks up to the car in front. So that's been, one of the noticeable things I think I've noticed big time as far as the switch from Gen 3 to Gen 2.
It's worthwhile pointing out the Griffin Gardner's actually been able to make some really, really nice inroads on the cars directly ahead of him. At this point in time, although I thought he was a touch further up, and then I think he might have dropped spots at some point, Griff, but either way, he is still trying to make some gains back to the guys that are ahead of him. There's just a little bit of a holding pattern starting to develop, and worthwhile pointing out as we get to some of these corners is the marbles start to build up. Have a look at the garbage that's already all over the top half of that windscreen.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't be surprised if you see the actual wiper just wipe across. It won't be an accident. These guys will have rubber that'll build up on their screens, and it does help just to have a quick wipe with the wiper. It does clear your screen, so you will probably see that from time to time as this race goes on.
Actually, that pack in behind Hampstead is starting to really get closer and closer and closer. And this is the tail end of that pack. It runs from 3rd all the way to 17th at the moment. So a little break here, just a tiny little break, but it's still sort of relatively stuck together. And it's just about saw Richie Stanaway in the boot of James Scott when they got down to Miller at the most recent time of asking. Yeah, there he is. How close can you get? I'll tell you what, Wayne Burke just about imprinted, said, hey Richie, you want my signature? You can have it.
It was such a shame for Richie. He was so close to making the field in the qualifying series. Unfortunately, due to real world commitments, he didn't get to partake in all the rounds, and he was so close to making it in with a win. He's a great talent and good to have in the series, so he makes one of the perfect co-drivers, doesn't he? Like, he was so close and should have almost got in on merit anyway with the qualifying series. But and another on board here from Richard Hampstead, looking back to Burton. And these guys, they're just running their own race. I think Burton is at the point where he's just enjoying the fact that he's got a teammate in front of him. He'll be saving that little bit of fuel. And where Richard's at, he doesn't have pressure from behind because he knows that his teammate's not going to do anything silly and make a dive up the inside.
Well, you say that, but he showed him the nose at turn 1 on the current lap, so Burton is at least giving him a little bit of a hurry on him. It's not just lie down, get comfy and get on with it. No. A little bit of a hurry on him. So enough to say, can't just sit here. If you've got something, if you can show it, that'd be rather nice. But I think it's more of one of those cases whereby if you're not showing the nose, if you're not showing your opinion, if you're trying to be a little bit aggressive, you'll have David Woods shadowing him. Nose to the inside here, nose to the end, outside there, just trying something. So that's the question: was it actual aggression, or was it just sort of covering off?
Gardner's on the move. We were looking at him a few laps ago. He was just in front of Stenny. He's picked off Ross, and now he's what's he up to now? 11th now. He's just got Costello.
So he is definitely on the move for Griff to 11th spot.
Almost call him the purple people eater, wouldn't you? He's flying at the moment and looks great with the 93 on the side.
He's been doing a fair bit of NASCAR lately, so he's certainly after your approval, Sam.
Yeah, man after my own heart. He's got it too.
Actually, I believe you've got to win Portland Road Course next week just recently. It was also at Gateway as well. So road course and an oval. So he's certainly getting out there and playing this. I think the thing for Griff is he's just looking to try and keep himself entertained and enjoying this almost. And that's the big thing, isn't it? Sometimes it's just something fresh. Just had another penalty come through as well. 5-second time penalty to car 28, which is Ben Fort with the contact on 10. So I believe a short shoot between Laura and Siberia. I don't think that's actually technically correct. But just Siberia in general. Anyway, I'm sure we're going to replay that one. Tyson Boyd still on the slide backwards at the moment as well. Very sentence that was coming from the Waterfield. No qualifying time for the Triple A entry. Here is that replay. We're right on cue.
OGB replay. Oh, he just pinched that brake. Oh, you're a passenger. You know, when you don't, you've overcommitted. You pinch that brake. There was nothing he could do. It could have got a lot worse, and it could have been real carnage. But got away with it, unfortunately. But yeah, once you pinch a brake, you're just a passenger. Oh, up the inside.
Yep, showing a little bit of the nose as Brody Sentence in the run through turn 1. Problem is, he'll be on the outside when they get to the southern loop, and Broad can get there round the outside of the southern loop.
Love it. Yeah, Scotty, I don't know if you know, I'm very partial to a good old Castrol paint scheme. And that car just looks brilliant. Looking at that old school scheme.
Oh, there's going to be a reply down the inside. Is that Wittes? Or was that Borg that I just saw down the inside? I think it might have been Borg. And indeed it was, trying to get to the inside. Damage on the right front corner of the 017 Mustang as well.
We both held our breath there when we thought he was going to make that dive there. Didn't do it, thankfully. But you're right, just that little bit of damage to the front. And speaking of damage, there's damage on the front of both cars.
So
always going to make a dive.
Yep. Borg will get back down to the inside now. Only pulls it alongside though, so not complete, and he'll have to go the long way around, and it's actually not the right place to be, the outside of this corner right here. But if he can stay there, he'll be okay. Now we're actually going to get a change back up the pointy end of things. Jake Burton has finally got that job done as well on the timing tower. Just saw that one shuffle on the left-hand side screen, so Burton will now try and run away if he possibly can. Morse changes down the inside. I believe that'll be Myers to the inside of Adam Briggs, and indeed it was.
Yeah, of course, Myers has had to start from the rear of grid. We saw that he had those dramas in qualifying and didn't actually get to complete a competitive lap. So he's picking them off as the laps go on. But now there's a couple of guys just getting a little bit racy. So interested to see if that damage that both these cars have got just to that right front guard is going to affect them a little bit. For the moment, while they're racing each other, it's not. But how is it going to go up against competitors that have got a straighter vehicle?
Well, Ewan Baker actually just got elbowed wide by, we're talking about rookies in the field. Leo Duncan is actually doing quite well for himself, and he's just given Ewan Baker the elbow at turn 4. So whether or not that will be called in, whether or not it will be a redress, it's right on that limit. So the problem is marbles are starting to build up on the outside of some of these corners as well. So if you get down the inside of someone, they sort of have to yield at this point. To the inside at the apex serve MG. Although that's a little bit of working together between teammates as well.
And that's smart racing, and that's probably what we saw with the move with Burton and Hampstead too. They were probably communicating with each other, and Jake probably felt that Richard was holding him up a little bit, so a little bit of team communication, and it's probably the same deal with these guys. There's no point holding up your teammate. You don't mind holding up the rest of the field, but if you think your teammate's just got that little bit of pace, hey, let's swap around and let's push on and see how it all develops.
And the meat and potatoes of this one. Interesting windows coming up as well, because a line of 38 laps you have to do. So the end of lap 19, if you've got a main game driver in, you'll probably be thinking about pitting at the end of lap 19. Actually, probably be... No, yeah, you'll have to come in.
Oh, he's round.
Around goes Tyson Broad, unfortunately, with a little bit of contact there now.
I think he... I don't know if there was contact. I think he just got out in the rubbish. It'd be interesting to see that replay because I caught the end of it. So I wondered if he just got out in the rubbish and that car got away from him. And Stanaway. Oh, a little contact, Stanaway! Oh, they got out of it. That could have been massive for Stanaway, but it could have also taken out a few cars right behind him. So that was right behind him, I think, that just got into the back of him. Thankfully, he got out of it, and they all lived to fight another day, but it's not over.
No, Stanaway's going to cover it all the way to the inside at turn 1. Is he going to run them deep? No, he's going to prop them up when they get to 1. And there's again another wrap on the rear bar for Richie Stanaway. Dylan Rudd's trying to get it to the inside, the apex. He's going to touch him up yet again. Neither of them can get the power down. Griffin Gardner's watching this. Stanaway just skates it all the way out to the outside of the southern loop. And these boys are racing like it's the final hour of the 1,000. Somebody tell them we've got 1,800 Ks or so before we get there.
Well, I reckon one of the things is they've noticed that Gardner's now started to peel onto the back of them. We spoke about Gardner's pace and how he's been slowly picking them off. Well, now he's caught up to these guys. So that's probably where Rudd and Stanaway are like, they need to get on with it because they can see that he's got pace. But man, oh man, if Rudd hadn't have got out of it, that could have caused a big drama. It would have sent Stanaway way off into the boondocks. But it could have backed up 3 or 4 cars and it could have been a massive melee.
The thing is, he kept on him. He just kept nudge, nudge, nudge. The rear tyres on Stanaway's car are going to be absolutely torn to shreds. And he's got a fair way to go on this stint as well. We're only about the halfway mark. Fuel margins is about 33 laps or so.
He's not doing himself any favour because you don't want to ding up the front of the car over. So, yes, you know, he might be trying to give Stanaway the hurry up and, you know, get into him a little bit, maybe ruffle his feathers. But the last thing you want to do is tear up the front end and hurt your aero. So they've got away with it. There's no damage between them. But, man, if he hadn't have got out of it, that could have been a big one.
Now he's actually going to miss the apex of Stanaway down at turn 1. The benefit is he's going to be covered. This is the replay.
So watch his Yoji gear replay. Has a look up the inside. Not quite there. Gives the little bump. So that's probably a little bit of return of fire. He didn't appreciate that. And now Stanaway's going around the outside. So Rudd's like, oh, have a little bit of that. Oh, he's giving him some gravy there. Thankfully, he got out of it, though. But I think that was just a little bit of return of serve because of Stanaway's little bit of a touch up the inside.
How interesting is that, though? You go back 2 corners from where we picked it, and the whole context of that exchange changes entirely. Yep. Because I was all of a sudden sitting there and going, hang on, that's a little bit egregious there. You go back and you add in the first touch, all of a sudden you're like, you know what, boys, play on. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what you've got to expect. If you get a little bit of a rough up or a clip around the ears, expect it back. So, and that's exactly what he did. Rudd did nothing wrong. He got out of it, but geez, he would have got Stanaway's attention.
Well, Stanaway's got his attention, so and then it carries on all the way back forward. So it covers it to the right, and black. Griffin Gardner's just about the back of him as well. Deep in the turn 1. Whack.
Just rattling his punch.
Hang on. There's more.
He grabbed back. Oh, he grabbed some curb to get away with that too. He was like, I'm going to have another dig here.
Well, it was a hole to the inside at the middle of the apex for a few moments. And they're going to go on again because there's just about, once more, a little bit of a rough up. So,
well, now, as I'm watching this, looks like it's getting a little bit darker out there. I don't know what the rain radar's looking like. Oh, it's still going on here. Another touch. Stanaway's been shot wide. So it looks like Rudd just got into the back of him a little bit. He's given him a little bump of how you're going. And they've swapped positions. So, you know what? I reckon Stanaway's keen to get back and return the favour again. So this is a great match.
Here's the thing. If you take that in isolation, that's a bumper run. If you take it in the context of everything that's going on, that's return of serve. We're back net neutral. Carry on, boys.
Under brakes. He's gone in deep. Just the littlest of touches. And that's just shoved him wide. But Stanaway will come back at him. Look at the live pictures. He's right there now. He's going to go for a move up the inside. No. Thought better of it. Smart driving there from Stanaway.
Now, the real question is, racetrack or hand them both a pair of boxing gloves? Because at the moment, it's playing out on 4 pieces of rubber around the 4.4 Ks of Phillip Island. But get those two alone in a ring for about 5 minutes and I don't think we'll have any problems anymore.
Now, what I was touching on before it all got juicy between these guys is just looks like it's coming over a little bit dark here. So I wonder if the radar is showing if there's any rain at the moment, because it looked a little bit sunnier earlier, but no?
Just
I need to start dancing?
Yeah, you do. It's going to take a lot of dancing, so you might want to start now for Bathurst, to be perfectly. There you go. How's that for a little bit of communication?
Yep. That's just to rattle his cage. Oh, look how close he is in the braking zone too. And that's all he needs to do. You flash your lights, and that has the driver in front just making him check his rear view. So he knows that Stanaway's keen to get a little bit of return serve. And this is getting quite juicy. I think these team owners and maybe the race engineers might want to get in their ear of these guys and say, hey, long way to go. 95 laps still to go. We don't want to throw away any opportunities here. But they've got the bit between their teeth. Here we go. Stanaway thinking about a move up the inside. No, Rudd was all over that.
He forced the cover. So not only are they starting to play on with each other, but they are starting to hold each other up. They lost about half a second to Burke and James Scott the last lap. So they are starting to cost themselves a little bit of time, and they're starting to drag a few more cars back into this pack. So this is starting to play on. By the way, Stewart's took a look at the first contact at turn 4, no further action, which I like, because again, if that's handed to them in isolation, absolutely there's a case for bumping them. But that's 2 bumper runs. Well, back to right where we started. So, all right, Stanaway, your turn. Ball's in your court, brother. How are you going to hit this one back?
And I know there is a heap of other cars, teams and drivers in this race as well, but the battle here is it's a bit like a train wreck, isn't it? It's hard to look away.
Yeah.
Because they're on the verge of something maybe happening between these guys. And I think we can all feel it in our waters that it's, it's there or thereabouts. It's still a long way to go. It's early stages.
I'll tell you what, I'm enjoying just, it makes me a race fan.
Absolutely.
One of the things you love as a commentator is you just get to sit here and call some interesting stuff. But for about 5 minutes there, I almost wanted somebody to take the microphone off me and I just wanted to watch.
That's half the problem. You hear me go quiet and I slip into fan mode and just start watching. Oh, actually, I've got to say something now.
It was actually fun. So for those of you who don't know, we had the opportunity to meet each other a couple of weeks back at Queensland Raceway. The best part about it was we really felt like we were commentating the race. Oh, there's a strategy option. There's a play. This is what this guy's doing the whole time. The whole time.
When the rain hit at Queensland Raceway. Yeah.
Yep, there's rain over there. There's no rain back over here. Oh, yeah, this bit looks dry. Do you think we'll go for wets? Great. Really, really good. And it's actually fun. I can't watch Formula 1 with my buddies anymore because I'm just like looking at strategy, looking at data, looking at bits and pieces. The race changes. Everything changes. So, Ryan O'Sullivan's starting to make some inroads here. So this is co-driver versus main game driver. Ethan Green-Gold is normally on board the 7 car, and he's going to fire it to the inside. Does Griff give him...
Oh, he's gone deep. He's gone deep.
And now, it's actually going to be Rainer Costello that tries to make the benefit.
Oh, he snuffled one spot, but man, yeah, he just went in a little bit deep, unfortunately, and endured Griffin Gardner. They all got away with it, and that's what I talked about in the start of the race. It's such an opportunity there to get someone up the inside, but it's easy just to pinch a brake, carry too much speed, and have that contact.
The problem is, I get the feeling that Stewart's might be looking at that one and might be in the process of getting involved. In the meantime, Hampstead's tyres look like they are starting to just go off. And we're not talking about much, but just a little, because Damon Woods is back in this one. And his next responsibility is going to be to set this up and get it done.
One thing we're noticing here. Yeah, so you said exactly what I was going to say. Go for it.
Yeah, Burton's actually just over the last 5 laps or so, a tenth out of Zach Rattray White. So he will pull him back in, overtaking. It's really difficult with that margin to make an overtaking and taking a tenth out of somebody. We need a little bit more than that to get done, but he is just starting to just grab him and pull him back a little bit.
Someone who's doing it easy is our race leader in Brody Kostecki. Jared's sitting back. He's probably got himself a nice cold drink, watching the broadcast. He knows his teammate's doing it pretty easy. As we check this battle here up the inside. And that's a move. Job done. So managed to pick up another spot. And nice and clean. That's exactly what we want to see. But, oh, Gardner. Is Gardner going to be able to hold on to it here? Yes, he will. Perfect.
Good defence from Griff. Cody Birchard will take a little while longer. But it's interesting to know the Evolution Racing Team cars are looking really good on long run pace right now. There's the dive up the inside.
This is where he
pinch the brakes.
Yeah. It's so easy to do. Anyone who's done a lap around here.
Live pictures, he's actually just tagged him. And it's Cody Birchard. He's gotten to the rear end of Griffin Gardner and rotated him.
Damn. All that hard work he's done. He's picked off so many cars. He was very quick. Oh, that's painful when you sit there and watch the drivers just go past and you just can't do anything about it. He desperately just wanted to pluck a gear and get on with it, but he had to wait. He had to wait and get those cars to go through.
It's going to go tumbling down the order. Does Griffin Gardner now? And we'll have to wait for the 93 to come through. And this all happened whilst we're on a replay. Here comes Bircher having a look. Not quite there. It just gets there at the last possible opportunity. But again, Griff's on the marbles. Oh no. Here we go. What are we up to? Round 5?
Here we go.
Stanaway
He's
gets
got
things
him.
up. We cleared him.
But is Rudd going to look back up the... No, he's not. He thought better of it. He's like, you know what? Richie got me. Maybe it's just, let's play on and just see how it plays out for the next few laps. They're probably quite content just to sit now. And probably as I say that, there'll be some nose to tail. But didn't look like there was too much in it. He gave it up pretty easy. And Stanaway's now just opened up the time.
The big one worth keeping an eye on is Randy Costello. Whether or not he drags himself back to these guys now that they've all sort of gotten through around Griff.
You feel for Gardner, don't you?
Yeah. With having a look back through the pack and having a look at the 55's got one too as well. After starting on the end of the field. Actually, he's just tagged on the back end of the pack that we were all just talking about. So, Thomas McMillan is driven from last to 18th. And there is still more work that lays down in front of him yet to be done as well.
It's just a lazy 23 positions.
As well, past the 19. He's climbed all the way to 20th at the moment. And he's still making big inroads on the cars ahead of him, so there's every opportunity he might pick up more spots. Car 28's been through the pit lane, so they're going to be in June on board that one. I believe that'll be a Fulton car as well. Just hearing, car number 97 has just been in the pit lane as well. The driver swap, which puts Chad Lewis behind the wheel. Who is partnered up with Jake Blackwell. A couple cars going off sequence down the inside. Stenberg picks up another spot.
He's done all right. He's just been holding, hasn't he? I think he started 14th, if my memory serves me correctly. So, and to be P12, a little bit of power on exit, got him a little bit sideways, but he's holding position. Standing at the moment. What's he doing? He's buying a ticket to the end. That's what he's doing. I was waiting. That's our producer. Everyone at home can't hear our producer, but he said, go ahead and tick your bingo cards off because I've said it already. Well, wait until lap 24 to say it. So
you've done well to leave it that late. By the way, we've got a battle on. P2 at this point in time. Is that Wayne Burr? No, that's, sorry, my apologies, triple 2 entry. So McMillan's going to go around the outside final corner. How you like it on Josh Horton, who's partnered up with Jacob. In fact, he's just lifted off and he's yielded that one. He's gone a long way around at the final corner. He's going to get me. That will happen sooner rather than later, so let's just make it sooner and go on without it. But we are about to have a battle for P2 because Burton has racked up the lap time and is starting to really take chomps out of Rattray White.
You touched on it before. You said that, Burton was, 10th here, 10th there. But what it does is, yes, he's grabbing those 10ths, but it makes Zach Rattray White look at his mirror too, because he knows that Burton's coming. So with those 10ths comes, little, maybe tiny little hesitations from Zach, just making sure that he's, holding on to his position. So, those 10ths might, turn into a 10th and a half here or there, and this is exactly what we've got now. There's nothing between these guys as we start thinking about pit stops soon enough. But these drivers, Burton was held up a little while behind Hampstead. It was probably that little bit of team talk. He managed to get the position. He hunted down Zach Rattray White. They know they need to probably do something, because if this goes green at the moment, Kostecki Phil Cell car has got nearly 6.5 seconds up the road.
I just went back and had a look at some history of lap speed for car 36, and it's actually been the fastest car in the race. So in the last 5 laps, now he's actually caught Rattray White. That's stopped again. So there is some gain there. So for the meantime, you just sort of watch and wait, because again, it's going to take a run. Burton actually quite quick at the mid-corner here. Might get that drive out. Again, Rattray White's just sliding that right rear all the way to the exit. So this might be that opportunity that he's waiting for as they kick it through the kink. How far out? No, again, Burton's just a little sedentary, a little bit conservative of those tyres. So I have a sneaking suspicion that car 36 is targeting getting to that minimum lap threshold. So his target might be get to the end of lap 56 here and over and let that be done. But Zach Rattray, he can't do that, which is why he's been a little bit more aggressive on the tyre strategy. You might see a pit stop from car 17 in the near future.
I think the difference we're seeing too is with Burton, his pace has probably come where he sat behind Hampstead for a while at the start there, probably looked after his tyres, and this is where he's benefited a little bit. He's probably got that little bit of extra rubber to burn, and he's looking quite pacey. So I imagine from what it looks like on screen at the moment, if he does happen to get past Zach Rattray White, I think you'll probably see that Jake will just slowly pull away a little bit. But they still have to get that job done, and as we cross the line for lap 26 of 113, he's still got his work cut out for him for the moment just to get past, but he's getting close. Yeah. Will he look up the inside? Yes, he will. I think Zach will just, yeah, he did. He just rolled straight out of it. He goes, you know what? I saw you coming. You're right to the back of me. The smartest thing he could have done was roll out of it. It's exactly what he did. So well done, Zach Rattray White.
He pulled away a really, really big margin from this entire pack, and now he's struggling with it. I've got to say, there's no way that car isn't five laps off from the pit stop. There's surely to connect the dots. So the critical factor is maximum distance on a field straight. Well, you know what? The entire field's about 6 laps away from the pit stop, by the way. 33 laps is the maximum fuel distance we're sort of expecting. That's, if you're sort of 3.6 litres a lap, you can get a little bit lower than that, in which case you can get out to 35, 36 maybe. But yeah. Up to just saw this one come through as well. Car 12, 15-second penalty for pit stops for contact with Griffin Garden. To be honest, yeah, I think that's the same one.
The battle between Stanaway and Rudd. I think these guys might be playing this game for the entire night. Who knows? But they've been nose to tail. Vice versa, switching around for this entire race, and it's a good little battle. But that's bringing Costello right into it too. You said before that if these guys battle on too much, that Costello will be right there, and he's slowly coming in.
Wayne Burke, James Scott, both in. So we're starting to see some strategies play their way out, and I think half of the reason they might have thought about pitting is they could actually see some cars up ahead of them just start to sneak into the lane, and they were going to sneak out in front of them.
Good. I love it. I love it when teams roll the dice and do something a little bit and don't follow the leader. So I think it's great that they've rolled the dice and just see how this all plays out. Fresh rubber, they'll have that early burn too with some pace. So that'll work in their favour when they come out of the pits. like you said, it probably won't be too many laps away from we start to see the rest of the field starting to pop in as well.
Just again, the guys that were in that lead group, it's also really, really important to know if they were fuel saving or not. Richard Hampstead, I tell you what, is just about pushing the gearbox of Rattray White through the corners at the moment. So the rear tyres have just fallen off the 17 car after there was so much speed in that car early on. It's shut down, and he's going to have it down the inside. Rattray White's going to be on the marbles through the mid-corner, but then it's going to flip the other way.
Give it up.
Damon Woods is going to be in the background of this one as well. If I'm in Damon Woods,
no, 3 wide.
Bang, bang, bang. Damon Woods sneaks through 3 wide.
Oh, geez, that could have been big time.
Well, we've had a few moments already down at turn 11 to 12 that have looked just a little bit awkward. Cars making contact. And at the end of that, Rattray White snuck off to pit lane on the inside. He got undertaken. Damon Woods got through on the inside, and then Rattray White turns back across to the left and goes to pit lane.
Yeah. Geez, that was lucky not to be a bigger incident than what it turned out to be. So, yeah. He was desperate to get to the lane. You could see he was struggling with grip. So he wanted to get in and get rid of those Dunlops. But, man, it made it hard when those guys were almost 3 wide. That was unreal.
Just think back to the moments that we had in the Endurance Cup last year as well. And safety car dramas, the issues in the Lagos that changed things up. Here we go, this is actually worthwhile watching. Plunge down the hill, gets down to the inside.
Oh no, that batter's in the wrong way. Oh, but here we go. So unfortunately, yeah, he's into Hampstead, and he's like, you know what, I need to get into pit lane. So the one who benefited was actually his teammate. He was able to get 2 spots there.
Car 56 steps itself in the 3rd spot. The other thing was James Scott and Wayne Burke both snuck off in the background of that one. So they're going to get an undercut, and a pretty hefty undercut as well. And Hampstead's gone to the lane as a reply. So he was not hanging around to be boxed in. I reckon Damon Woods was probably the slowest. He was getting held up just a fraction. So Hampstead's jumped to the lane. Now, you've got to keep an eye on where these cars are popping back out, because that is critical.
Burton's continually the fastest car on the track at the moment, into the 33.3s. Our race leader, Brody Kostecki, went into the 33.6s the last time round. So Burton's still got some pace to burn, and he's using that up now because he knows he's got a pit stop soon enough, so you may as well use up what you've got. That gap down to 5.7 seconds now.
Well, all the guys have got co-drivers on at the moment, which, I mean, if you're a main game driving the car, you sort of have to. You're not left with a lot of options. Seth Brown comes behind the wheel. Antel Sabo, who is lightning quick in a Porsche Cup car, has climbed aboard for Wayne Burke. Seen a lot of him in a couple of New Zealand series I was working on. Very, very capable at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what this undercut looks like. Where does Maloney rejoin? So Hampstead's got out of car 29 and they've handed that one over to Maloney. Again, the Trans-Tasman cars, and the same is true of Kostecki and Phillip, they've just got so much flexibility because at any stage they can go, okay, are we at risk of driving you for too long? Sweet, let's just do a driver swap.
And
they can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, and that's a massive advantage for anyone. And I say your A driver and your B driver, just the fact that we've got 2 drivers in these cars. But, you know, when you've got an A and a B that's as good as each other, that's huge flexibility that these teams have. So, and that's the point that they're at.
That's really, really important in terms of what you're capable of doing. Jake Maloney's taken a big gargle of fuel at his first pit stop, and Seth Brown is 5 seconds short. And you know what? Again, the really, really important one is you can do this in 3 stops, but it's sort of 3.4, 3.5 stints. So you've got this ugly half a stint you've got to get rid of somewhere, and you've also got to get your co-driver in 38 laps. So I reckon they're trying to minimise co-driver laps on board that 17 car. And it's also going to run really, really light for a long period of time as well. Yeah. So Burton's going to feed off. Yep. Brody Kostecki's in the middle of traffic at this point in time. What are they going to do with Burton. And this might be the first sort of cards we see played, because I reckon the fastest strategy to get this one done is about 1.7 sticks. You get to like 56, rip him out of the car, and then throw Josh Anderson in for the one down.
It looks like Ando's in the car now, so a fresh set of arms behind the steering wheels. You see our race leader Brody Kostecki. He's going to fire off into the lane now. So Kirk Stenberg in P2 for the moment. If he crosses the line, he will become our race leader. But he is not far away from pit stops and may even be this lap round. No, he's going to go and lead this one for a little bit. So Denny's going to go and take the start-finish line and be our race leader. But you would imagine that Philsell will probably jump in, because Kostecki and Philsell, they've got that flexibility of both being pretty much A drivers. And yeah, probably wouldn't hurt to put in a fresh set of arms in, but we'll see what happens.
I guarantee they're targeting getting black 56. That'll be their target. Make it nice and simple. Do one driver swap.
And that's time advantage too. When you do a driver swap, it does cost you those few more seconds extra. So you do save a bit of time keeping the driver in.
Big question.
And so
how much fuel is from it. This is the trickiest part about this race is what do you do if you have a safety car about 10 laps through? Because you got to take the free kick.
You love playing the devil's advocate, don't you?
Oh, I do. You know what? I hope I legitimately hope it happens. By the way, change the effective race lead. Seth Brown with that short stop has gone through.
There you go.
As has Josh Anderson, as has Yanni Lutsu. So Brody Kostecki at the moment, now again, he's taken one of the biggest drinks of fuel in the field. So his pit stop was slow. And he is going to have a very, very heavy car right now. And they're looking for gain at the back end of the race with shorter pit stops back then. But for this next stint, he's not leading the motor race.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. Obviously, you know how good of a steerer that Brody is. So if you're going to take that hurt, take it now. You know, we haven't yet, and we may not see a safety car, but if it bunches the field up, it's that gain at the end of the race, and it's exactly what you spoke about. When they do that driver change, they're going to probably spend less time in the lane too. So, you know, they've taken the pain now, but I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. And the pace that he showed at the start, you know, he may be very much leading this race as these pit stops play out. And as the laps go on, he may make these passes and be leading soon enough.
Very interesting just to sit around, watch and take notes of at the moment. These next few laps will be critical to how this one starts play out. Issue for David Mulqueen in car 42 and Billy Mole, who was the driver that came in on board that car, speeding in pit lane. So 40-second penalty added to that car. From the equation. This is the group of cars still yet to pit at the moment. So Thomas McMillan has gone last to first challenge complete. Inside of one step. But he will still have a pit stop to come, so not quite. There's actually a really, really important overtake just about to happen, by the way. Down at Miller, and Josh Anderson just got down the inside of Seth Brown. Oh, sorry, my apologies, of Johnny Lutsu. Gets that job done, and Kostecki's going to immediately fire it at him.
Yep.
They'll go side by side through Siberia. And Anderson's on the marbles. And how much does he want to fight this one? Well, not a huge deal. Just smart. Yeah, he's just going, you know what? Save that for a later date.
Yeah. Yeah, pick your battles. It's not the hill he wants to die on right now. So for the moment, he's happy to let Kostecki go. I said that this would probably happen, that this way, you know, they took on that little bit extra fuel, but they've got good pace to burn. But at this stage, you know, they all find themselves that there's such a long way to go. So there's no need to do anything silly and race Brody hard. The smart thing for Anderson was to let him go and just tag along, just sit in his wheel tracks and just see how the rest of this race plays out for the moment.
Well, it just attaches them back to that car a little bit too, doesn't it?
Yep.
So if he can go with him, get a little bit of a tire, and maybe save, you know, a second worth of that fuel deficit that they've got. Sort of anything that they can really do.
It's not the first time that we've seen Kostecki in our series, and we know he's always someone to be reckoned with. His pace in the sim and in this series is second to none. He works really well with the team at Lobs, and Jared Phillip, he does work behind the scenes with Jared, along with Shane Van Gisbergen in the background as they prep the car for each round of the Logitech series. So he's no stranger to this car, and there's no doubt there that his pace is going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout this Enduro Cup.
I was about to say, that's not Tom Freer. I can tell you that's Blake Warboys that we're just taking a look at on the camera. Who is a new dad. Is Warboys. It's really, really good to see him back. He always knew that he was going to be picked up by someone to be a co-driver for an endurance campaign. But good to see Warboys back behind the wheel. I'm hoping to see him back qualifying again for the series next season. Update as well for one of the Trans-Tasman cars, and you are going to hate to hear this. Jordan Severus climbed on board car number 47 for Kurt Stenberg at the pit stop and immediately had some sort of hardware failure that ejected him straight away from the server. So,
we talk about our 50-cent part in sim racing. That's one of those things. It's no one's fault, and unfortunately that is pretty much put pay to their night. And we spoke about how Stenny was, started 14th, was up to 12th, and pit stops happened. He even led the race for a little bit there, but he was battling for a top 10 at this stage, and now unfortunately that's taken him right out, and that's no fault of anyone. It's just that 50-cent part.
Not a bit of trouble. Sam Blacklock. This was a big surprise. I actually went up and had dinner with this guy on Saturday night on the Gold Coast, and he was very excited. We did actually chat race cars for a very long period of time. By the way, he's an avid plane fan, and he's a very, very big bird lover as well. He has a pigeon that likes to walk around through the background of his house. He does feed the pigeon, feeds magpies and whatnot as well. So my veterinarian of a girlfriend was giving him tips on the health and well-being of the birds he does look after. But this was a very surprising call-up. But, he's got talent. He's been there over the years. And James Scott reached out and said, hey, I'm looking for a co-driver for the True Force Endurance Cup. And here he is. Well, I've got an update for you, and it's something that I just heard about. But I tell you what, I feel like I'm not the appropriate man to be voicing what's just been passed to us. Mr. Clark, would you like to update us on what we've just found out? And it's the reason why a driver's not out there tonight.
Yeah, one of the reasons, unfortunately, our series regulars and past champion Madison Down couldn't race tonight. He and his wife have just welcomed a baby girl into the world, Charlotte. So a huge congratulations to Madison Down. We've just seen the photo on social media, and she looks adorable. And how happy is Madison there? So a huge congratulations, the newest member to the TTR family. Gorgeous Charlotte, welcomed into the world. So a huge congratulations, Madison. That's massive, and that's great news. We're so happy for you. So, sometimes the real world gets in the way of racing, but it couldn't be more beautiful than that. And we couldn't be proud of you, Mads. So congratulations from us, from everyone at the Logitech G Series and everyone at SimSpeed TV, mate. Well done. Congratulations.
Well, that's phenomenal. I had no idea that was coming our way. There you go.
Yes, I knew, but I didn't know if it was common knowledge. So, it is now, and massive congratulations.
So, massive congratulations, and I wonder how long it is before that child gets behind the wheel of a go-kart for the first time. I guarantee it won't be very long at all.
No, you're right.
She'll probably be going home from the hospital with... she'll be going home from the hospital with a pair of training wheels, I'm sure.
That's it.
Well, congratulations to a series mainstay. And there's still more racing to go on in his world, but I guarantee it's going to become a little bit less important as the years go on. In the meantime, this is the battle for P2 on the racetrack. And Josh Anderson has managed to run down Seth Brown. Hey, he's just joined us in YouTube land as well. Congratulations, mate. Welcome to be a father. And I'd like to say sim racing is a little bit more important than that, but I know that I'm about to get whacked by every family man in the room and told no. It's definitely not the case.
It's one of the most special things you'll ever experience becoming a dad. So, yeah, you'll gladly give up a sim race or two. But yeah, huge congratulations, Matt. That's, yeah, it's awesome. It's an experience that you'll never forget. Becoming a father or a mother for that case, yeah, it's huge. So let's hope TTR can do you proud, Matt, and maybe get a win for Charlotte.
Well, at the moment, Josh Anderson's just moved on by Seth Brown. So that was 4 effective position on the racetrack. And Seth has got some work to do. Try and hang with these guys at the moment. But for the meantime, it's going to be an interesting point to just sort of keep an eye on, because this is probably going to move Jelly Mutsu. Will probably not have too much of a challenge to get by. He will move into 3rd overall. And they've got a plan with the way that they're going about things, because the pit stops for car 17 and car 56 and their run plans was they ran their main drivers first, and they've just about had an identical pit stop time as well. Half a second in it in difference. So they have a plan and a lap number that they are absolutely driving to for cars 17 and 56.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit line of stern. I think it'll quieten down a little bit now. I think everyone's had their pit stops. They've got that first stop out of the way. And this is where teams and drivers start paying attention to the fact that, you know, obviously they start thinking about the laps that each of their drivers can do. So Brody's still in that car at the moment and doing a great job out front now by 2 seconds over Anderson and Burton. So it's now a bit of a stalemate, isn't it? They'll start just running laps and just hitting their markers and just seeing how the next load of laps start going before they start thinking about the next round of pit stops.
It's a really, really interesting strategy for in forward. They've run a very, very short pit stop for car 115 in the shortest in the field. And he's jumped out in 14th spot, so he's going to be looking at an early stop for that car as well. So they've obviously got, again, they're going to swing a different direction in terms of the strategy. And that main game driver goes green back in, and that Dan can hang on to things, which is an alternative way to go about things, but you're pitting the main driver against the Coes, and sometimes that's the way you can pick up track position.
Yeah, that's it. Roll the dice. Do something a little bit different. And I love it. It's good to see. Yeah, we touched on the dramas at Kirk Stenberg. Looks like he's now back in the car. So dropped to P29. So I think more importantly, they're still on the lead lap. So as painful as it was, you know, they're still there or thereabouts, and if a safety car comes out and bunches them all up, that will help them just that little bit. But man, oh man, that would have been the heart and mouth stuff when you see that you start to do a driver change. And unfortunately, Jordan fell out of the server. But Kurt was managed to get back in, and back in P29. So he's still in it, which is much better than what I thought. I thought his night was done.
Well, the critical thing for them is that I don't think that Saberis has actually done a lap. So the longest that car can go is the end of lap 57 before they will be forced to put Saberis in.
Yeah, and look, as painful as that is, Lex is still in the race. And yeah, we're hearing that he still hasn't rejoined yet. So, Denny, come on, mate. If I get the call up, boys, and I drop the microphone, I might have to jump in the Stenny-mobile. I don't think he wants that. That's the last thing anyone wants, to be honest. But, man, I hope they get that sorted and he's able to rejoin the server.
Well, they'll be working madly away at it for sure. And you've got about probably 25 minutes or so before you need it in that car. So he does have some time to play with. Not a lot of time. But there is some time ago. This is the car that we're talking about, man that became a father earlier in the year, Blake Warboys. So he'll be welcoming Madison to the Supercars Dads Club. It's good. It's really, really good to see him back behind the wheel, co-driving for Jordan Rossi tonight.
Well, I wish...
Just going to work, really, for Blake.
Yeah, I wish for rain didn't come, mate. Look at it. Looks like we've got blue skies in the background there.
It's Victoria, mate. Anything can change in clouds like that.
That's right.
What? Hurricane? A hurricane can just blow in within 5 minutes.
I've had some unbelievably cold and wet race days at Phillip Island watching supercars in real life. So, yeah, things can change, but I don't know that we're going to get our wish for it tonight.
Restart. Close in. Nathan Hill in the hearing, it was just a shoot moment just a couple seconds ago. So just about dropped it. This will be this moment right here. Looks like a slide. Yeah, a little slide. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Not good for the tyres, but there's not a lot that is good for tyres.
We didn't rotate. That's the main thing.
Thomas McMillan's continuing on with that climb back through the field all the way. He's up to 16th spot. Brady Myers as well, handed over the car to Rehan Leonage. It'll be interesting to see if Leonage can actually make some gains. Just ahead of McMillan, they've flipped the script in terms of their strategy as well. McMillan is taking a big drink of fuel, so I think all of the mods cars are taking just about a full pit stop. I'm going to step away for a few moments as well, and I did hear from this car a little bit earlier in the night, by the way. 951, massive steering damage, unfortunately, in this car early on, so they are just in recovery effort. In which case, it might be a little bit of a marathon. Good thing, Sean's training for one of those. Thanks for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. Step away, get a little bit of a refreshment break in the middle of this one. Mind going racing for about 3 hours here tonight. So we need to step away, get some refreshments in as we head past 1/3 race distance here tonight. Rainer Costello starting to close in on Ansel Sabo for position. So this is the co-drivers going at each other. This is really, really important. They will not want to yield as a co-driver. There's a little bit of ego in it, isn't there? Because you want to be one of the best co-drivers in the field. And it's co-driver versus co-driver.
Absolutely. You need bragging rights too at the end of it. So, and I've just been noticing that, you know, we've touched on it, you've touched on it as this race has gone on, is those marbles that are starting to build up. So, you know, the last thing you want to do is get yourself out of position. Oh, it's going to be a dive up the inside. Is he close enough? Gives him a little bit of space. Yes. Oh, very close. But you don't want to be in a position where you get on those marbles, because you will pay the price for the next corner or two. So that's something that these guys need to be mindful of. It's a good run here for Costello. Not quite close enough just to get up the inside, but to threaten the back of the car, that's exactly what he needs to do. But good pace out of Rainer Costello for the moment, and pretty keen to get the job done here. Has he got a little bit of pace here? He's probably a bit too far back for the inside. You can even see on those onboards, you can see the rubber flicking up as we go to the OGV replay.
This is Nathan Hearn.
Oh,
into the weeds on his own.
Yeah, got that left rear on the dirt. Only dropped a spot though, so didn't rotate. That's the main thing. Oh, here we go. Up the inside.
Change your position.
Oh,
it's few moments. As Rainer Costello got a little bit too eager. Gets out, gets into the weeds, and now we'll feed back in front of Sam Blacklock. At the moment, he's going to have to go around the outside, but those front tyres will be overheated and screaming now after the little mistake. And Greg Galt will say, thanks for the freebie, boys.
Sam hasn't even broken a sweat. Look at him. He's going for a Sunday drive.
Nice,
Opportunity
cool,
here.
calm and collected.
He's going to think about it. No. Yeah, he does look quite relaxed behind the wheel, doesn't he?
Very little looks like it rattles. Sam Blacklock. How about this? Jake Maloney and Johnny Lutsu. About to go toe to toe. Yeah, you're right. Mate, he was making inroads into car 17 earlier on, wasn't he?
Yeah, they were almost nose to tail there a little while ago. But he's just dropped off the back of his teammate, so into the clutches of Maloney. And Maloney looks like he's pretty keen to get the job done, because he can see that that Brown in the 17 is just starting to gap them a little bit by almost just over 2 seconds. So he doesn't want that to grow any further, and Jake's looking a little racy.
It's worthwhile pointing out, here we go, Jake Maloney's going to fire it down the inside. Is this going to be near identical to what we saw a lap ago from Rainer Costello? No, Maloney will make the apex once he gets down there. Lutsu didn't fight that one a lot. Worthwhile pointing out, though, that Lutsu is a driver of some note. He's definitely one of the top sports car drivers in the country, but this is where the supercars difference is really, really felt. This car is just so unique. This is a driver that is among the top in the world by rating, but he climbs on board a supercar, and Damon Woods is another perfect example of this. He's his teammate. Again, by rating, some of the best drivers in the world climb behind the wheel of a supercar, and they're quick, but they're just missing something.
It's just seat time, isn't it? You know, we talk about, you know, just me. I'm not a good driver at all, but I notice a difference when I'm not in the seat. If you take a little bit of time away and you get back in one of these things, it does, mate. You wonder where you're going to get the speed from, because they're such a different, unique car to drive. So, like you said, you can be the best sim racer in the world, but it brings you a little bit back down to earth when you get behind one of these cars, because they're so different and difficult to drive.
Top career as well. We already documented Hobson and his struggles today. You wonder about how many laps that they're going to ask from him. But they've done a driver swap at the first pit stop. Freer gets behind the wheel. He's been a couple tenths faster than cars around him over the last couple laps. Overtook triple one and Rain Campbell last lap. Rain Campbell, though, still hanging on to 13th spot at this point in time. For a co-driver, he's done brilliant. He's been against main game drivers largely. At some point, he's had to put it up against the main game drivers thus far. Should also be a change of position from Greg Galt getting through on Antel Sabo. But again, Sabo just being smart.
Yep.
Oh, he made a mistake.
I think he was trying to give him the space, and then maybe he just touched a little bit of the garbage there. Oh, they've fallen backwards there. So that was Rehan. Rehan got thumped there.
Yeah.
But what happened? Yeah. It just seemed weird that that Logitech car was just that little bit wide. It was like there was almost some drama there, but maybe he just opened up the wheel and let Rehan through.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what's happening. Flies off the right hand side, just goes, yep. Not gonna try this one. Remember, they've come from the rear of the field to that car 22. So the N4 just gone, you know what? They've tracked us down from that far back. Yeah, on with it.
It's great to see smart racing. You know, there's so much to play for and so much to play out in this race, and you pick your battles. And yeah, it was just smart to just open up the wheel and let them through and push on. But how's the comeback for that 22? Obviously, you know, they had their dramas in qualifying, but up 25 positions, along with the 55 of McMillan and Rosella too, up 25 spots. So these guys getting their work cut out for them tonight.
I think it's worthwhile pointing out as well. What's the goal of the race? Is it to go out there and set lap times? No, and this is one of the things that gets lost all the time. Is that everyone thinks it's about something race, but no, it's smarter than that. It's minimise the time it takes you to get to the end of the race. This is going to be this will be Stanley. Sorry, this will be actually Andrew Gilliam potentially. No, it is Richie. Or it is Gilliam. My apologies. I had 3 goes at that and got it wrong. And just about all of them. Oh, it is Stanley. On car 201, so they'll have a plan to get to the end of lap 56 and then hand over to Gilliam home. And they've just picked off car 088. So Blacklock's dropped a spot here. Now, this is going to be take 2 of Antel Sabo and Reina Costello. Last time, Costello went extremely deep.
Yeah, and the thing that makes this battle more interesting again is right there is that Stanaway is coming as well. So, and you can see the pace that he's got, how quickly he's catching these guys in front of him. Man, this is going to get very, very juicy right now.
Antel Sabo, another very good racer down the inside for Costello now. As they'll get to the hairpin, does park it up this time, and this time Sabo's very wide on the marbles, and Stanaway just sneaks on through. Recognised how wide he was.
Yep. As soon as he touched those marbles, he just couldn't get on the power. The car got away from him. That's an easier spot for Stanaway will make up all night. So he's coming. Richie's got some pace on board, and now he's got his eyes firmly set on Costello.
I think this is one of those, again, it's those educational points, it's little bits that you're missing. The marbles, the supercars just generate a lot of them because there's so much tyre wear.
Yeah. Geez, I hope in the future that we get the opportunity where we can run a softer tyre and a harder tyre. That would be brilliant.
I agree. You know, there's been a little bit of debate about fuel limits and things to change the racing in this series. As you think about what happened at Spa and how short the fuel run was made, just to change something. One of the other bars that they can tweak is limited amounts of tyre sets in the series. It hasn't been done yet, but it has been discussed. Rain Campbell finally makes a big mistake in the first of his race. Oof. Actually, that's another driver who's been getting into some over racing of late, Rain Campbell.
Love it.
But I can tell you with confidence he's been getting into it because I've been giving him the education, to be honest with you.
Oh, stand away.
Stand away, not waiting. Ready Costello.
He's gone deep.
That's the hairpin. Costello's going to come back by, but they're going to lean on each other, and Stanaway gets into the dirt this time.
Oh, man. Yeah, Stanaway made a huge lunge, couldn't quite pull it up, then got gotten the marbles. They both got away with it, but I think he's going to be a bit of a sitting duck now. I think Stanaway's got the bit between his teeth, and he'd be pretty keen to get the job done. He'd be kicking himself that he just went in that little bit too deep and wasn't able to pull it up.
Yeah, because that could be job done. He could be, a couple tenths down the road already. Now he's looking again.
Oh, got him.
Yep.
Look at the marbles there. That's an insane shot right there. So
there is.
Yeah, good job for Stanaway.
Absolute single groove over at MG.
Actually, while we're touching on ovals and we're looking at the Lobs car, we say that a huge shout out to Shane Van Gisbergen, who got his first top 10 in the Cup Series at Kansas on the weekend. That was awesome to see. No doubt he'll be a force to be reckoned with this weekend as they go roval racing too. So a chance for Shane to do 5 road courses in a row this year. That's pretty important. So well done to Shane.
Yeah, big opportunity for him. Also the community as a whole. I think we all benefit from his successes. So it's the thing that's going through my mind. There's a lot of sim races that are starting to make that over journey. A lot of them. Actually, Jared Philstell's been racing ovals of late as well. So
has he?
Yeah.
Good boy.
I got to give him a few elbows actually the last couple of weeks, which was been really fun. Michigan Colangelo driving on board car number 18, co-driver Lachlan Capel at the moment. Looks back at Adam Briggs, who has taken over that car and gets to the inside. And Gardner, this is the recovery drive from Griffin Gardner. Again, on the marbles for Colangelo. Very young as well, Colangelo. Doing a cracking job at the moment. Still some work to do in her driver development at this early stage. But out there, elbows out and giving it a red hot crack. And those were two. Well, remember, you go back a couple of years and Griffin Gardner's in her shoes. So, it's going to take a while for sure. There's definitely, like I said, some driver development to be done as Rick Kuznetsov's also going to fire it down. He's just been boxed about the ears the last couple of laps, so receiving an education.
Now, something to think about too is what are we at lap 52? Are we talking about more than continuous laps is 57? And we know Kostecki has been in that car since the drop of the green flag, so that's something that team will be thinking about soon enough. They will have to think about a driver swap.
Here comes Blacklock
up the inside.
Inside, and Sabo's right out there and on those marbles.
Yeah, so like I said, that 57 laps of continuous laps, that's something that Kostecki Philsell are going to have to think about as we're on lap 52.
Well, the critical marker is the end of lap 56. Once you get to the end of 56, there is 57 laps to run home. So you can do that.
Yep.
That's the easiest way to lock it up. One driver change, nice and simple. But, again, there's going to be a very short pit stop at the end of this one to get Phil Still in that car. But they will gain a lot of track position as a result of that, and it'll be Phil Still to run to the end. And realistically, with where they're set up on strategy, that's the only strategy that's available to them at this point in time. Josh Anderson, Jake Burton might run 57 laps here for Burton, and then, 57 laps in the middle here for Josh Anderson. They might run a fuel stint, and just swap every single time. They've still got flexibility options open to them.
You just imagine if a safety car rolled out now or a lap earlier like that. That would have been a spanner in the works for them. But I think we're going to get away with it. I don't think a safety car is going to spoil anyone's party as far as that's concerned. Out the inside, is that Malone? He's going to get the job done. Done.
So that moves him up to third. Seth Brown back to fourth. But Car 17 will be really happy with the way the lab program's looking at large. So hasn't necessarily gone their way yet. And Seth's, he's doing reasonable. To be perfectly honest with you, in terms of co-drivers, he's actually doing quite a reasonable job.
Absolutely.
But
yeah.
He's out there against the best of the best at the moment.
Sorry, go.
I was about to say, Seth is actually capable of being in this series again on his own.
Well, the pace that he's showing tonight is brilliant. This series, it's exciting and daunting at the same time because, you know, if you make the series, it's great and it's exciting, but you are going to be up against some of the best supercar sim racers in the world. Like, you know, these guys are amazing at what they do, and we're lucky enough to have some of the best in our Logitech G series. So it's one of those catch-22s. You know, you're excited to be on the grid, but boy, oh boy, you got your work cut up for you.
Yep, that you do.
So 54, lap 54.
It's 56. Yeah, Kostecki can really only do another 2.5 laps. But yeah, that's as far as he physically can go. If he does any more than that, they'll be disqualified for overusing a driver, and they'll be aware of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But Jared will be absolutely stoked with how Brody's done, and it's been no real surprise. Jared's been the class of the field. We know that Brody's been working hard in the background, you know, all year getting this car set up. So they're always going to be a force to be reckoned with. And I think Brody can hand the keys over in the next couple of laps. And he got himself a 3.5 second lead over TTR's Josh Anderson and Jake Maloney. So, yeah, they're doing everything right. And they'll be down pit lane very shortly, do that driver swap, and Jared will bring it home.
Meantime, we just sit along, we watch, and we wait. Rehan Leonage has tracked down Tom Freer.
Oh, look at the debris on the track.
Yeah, somebody's had a real moment in the last couple of laps out through there. So
I reckon someone's probably just run themselves a little bit wide, gone through the gravel, and brought all that garbage onto the racetrack with them. So, whew, ugly.
Let's call him wide. That's yes, just a tyre tracks that were left through the gravel by whoever's running out there. So it's definitely at the crest of the hill.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, those
That's
tyre
exactly
tracks
what
right
you were
there.
doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that'll take a couple laps just to that racing line to clear up. And again, it's one of these new changes that iRacing's implemented into this program, that, you know, bringing all that garbage back onto the racetrack is just another one of those real world factors that we get to deal with. It's good. It certainly keeps you on your toes when you know that someone's gone off the track and brought all that garbage onto the racetrack with them.
It was over here at there and went for the wild on ride. He's wide at the turning point there, very, very high speed, and off she goes on board car 543.
Yep, no harm, no foul. Just dirtied up the racetrack for everyone, that's all.
Feeling sheepish for a little while as well, that goes along with that one. Tell you what, remember when we were talking about Leo Duncan back at the start of this one? He's up to 19. He's done all the driving on board that car thus far. He'll hand over to Andre Yusuf. And this is probably going to be a little bit harsh to Andre Yusuf. I think he's actually outperforming Andre Yusuf tonight. You haven't seen necessarily Andre Yusuf do all that well this year. So for Leo Duncan to be out there and running around, you know, ahead of 20th spot, that's a big statement. And I've just heard Sebastian Vandel jump on the radio as well. There's a car stuck at the southern loop.
Oh, now this
is a bad lap.
Yeah. Well, Kostecki's going to be in this lap. He's going to be in this lap anyway. So, man, can you imagine? They would have been heart and mouth if this had to come out about 5 or 6 laps earlier. We haven't seen a safety car called yet, but there is a good chance that a safety car may get called.
Everyone will be in here. Absolutely everyone will be in here. The problem is, if you haven't cleared your co-driver laps, you're in trouble. For everyone who has, or everyone who's got a co-driver, it doesn't matter. Yeah, just the engine expires when I'm going to determine the ones. That's highest odds.
Stayed out.
He has to pit next lap.
That's
a mistake. That's a mistake. Safety car's coming out of pit lane. He's missed an opportunity to pit. That's going to lose them the race.
Now, it's the rule book is, yeah, I think they can't do more
than 57. Yeah, so we can pit at the end of this lap and he'll be fine.
But you would have thought with the possibility of a safety car, which has happened now, you would have just darted in anyway. But yeah, anyway. Now, he's actually been caught out. Is he behind the safety car?
Yeah, that's the safety car right there. He will have to pit at the end of this lap, or the car will be disqualified.
He's behind the safety car, and everyone behind him is pitted.
Pitting. Yeah, so he's going to go to last.
They're going to drop to dead last.
Well, just have a think about as well. One of the things I was just thinking about in the back of my mind is Gilliam's actually had a good couple of rounds, the last couple of rounds in terms of points. Have we got points handy? Because this is worthwhile thinking about. It's a double points race. This is 400 points on offer for a winner.
Dude. Hold on, I'm just scratching my head at the moment.
They made a strategical error last year in this car at Sandown as well. And the strategical error was, again, around maximum consecutive driving time. They had to do a driver swap at the back end of the race, and the fuel didn't cover it, and they lost the race win.
Look, this is the points at the moment, but this is going to flip on its head because Kostecki's definitely in this lap. There's a lot of drivers still in the lane. They've done their pit stops, but look at
hang on. Stenaway's gone through. Stenaway's gone through as well. They're both going to go to the back of the field. Richie Stenaway's going to go to the back of the field as well. This will change the championship. Now Seth Brown has to stay on board car 17. He has to stay on board car 17.
But look at the rest. Look at that camera shot in the back. Everyone's starting to catch up.
Everyone else, yeah, they're pit. So the cars that lead this race on the timing tower right now have to pit at the end of this lap. Remember, Anderson was on board this car.
Yeah,
so they've done another driver swap.
Oh.
No.
Wow.
All three Lobs cars have done the same thing, by the way. Thomas McMillan is still out there from the race start. All three of them are going to go to the back.
So they have to pit now. Kostecki has to come into the lane, which is exactly what he's doing. You'll see Stanaway in as well.
Well, Rainer Costello's should have pitted as well.
Three of the Lobs cars are all in the lane. Wow. This has turned everything. We're a little bit speechless here in the comms box because we're watching.
It was a slam dunk. Like, as soon as the safety car came out, that was a slam dunk on strategy.
Now, here's the rest of the field. They've caught up. They've made their pit stop. They've caught onto the tail end of the field. Yes, we play the waiting game and now just see how many spots. So yeah, you can see effectively it's Jake Burton who's going to be leading. How many positions are they going to lose when they come back?
Again, so this is the benefit of having a two-driver combination where your pace is so similar between the two of them, and they've just swapped the whole time. But the benefit is it does not matter who's driving car 36. They are confident in their pace, right? That's the biggest benefit. The other benefit is they can do whatever they want. The problem with the Kostecki, Phil-Cell, Dr. Love strategy in general is they've gone with all three of their cars. They've done exactly the same thing. The biggest issue with their strategy is they have no flexibility. Should a safety car have fallen at any point in the race, they were forced to stay on this strategy. And that's just what's happened.
So the timing monitor is showing us that Phil Cell has now jumped in the car. He's in P20. That will shuffle a little bit because there's still some other cars that need to make pit stops. Oh my goodness. I'm a little bit caught out about how it all came to fruition because we knew that there was a car that had stopped on the racetrack. We knew that they were at the 56 lap mark. Yeah, I would have thought it would have been a slam dunk.
So the other thing to consider is timing line. Now the timing line at Phillip Island is at the end of pit lane, so whoever jumps into the car gets credited with the lap. But the thing was, when the safety car got called, we're at the end of lap 56 anyway. So we would have crossed.
It's one of those times, Scotty, that I appreciate being in the commentary box and not anywhere near race control or teams or drivers or anything. I can just sit back and take it all in. But I think it was obviously a little bit of a missed opportunity for the Lobs guys that they didn't fire into the lane. But nevertheless, it's happened. And it's their time to bounce back.
Righto, here we go for a race start. There's been an update. So I was about to say the safety car was about to pull away from the field. There's been an update and a change to that. So we'll be under safety car for an additional lap. So at the moment, we'll just sit here and we'll wait.
While we do, we get... So this is where the safety car is just going to do the wave arounds.
Yeah.
So this will bring Burton and Anderson to control the race right behind the safety car. A little bit different. We're mixing up for the Enduros. We've got the gorgeous Gamesman safety car for this round as well too. So we weren't sure if we'd see it. And I said that there was always a chance that the safety car could throw a spanner in the works, and that's exactly what's happened tonight. And it's handed the lead to Burton and Anderson in car 36.
Most importantly, Sam, this is a sim racing thing, obviously, but it's sponsorship banners. And you as a driver in the field, you have to put on the sponsorship banner for the series. Can I just say the safety car? Congratulations, they've got the sponsorship banner on their window banner right at the top of their windscreen. They've made sure they ticked off that box. It's a funny little thing, but...
All right, so this changes a little bit. I don't doubt for a second that Phil Sells got the pace on board. We've shown, you know, throughout the entire season of how quick he is. So don't rule him out yet. There's still a long way to go in this race. It's lap 59 of 113. So I don't doubt for a second that Jared could get back up the front, but they've definitely made it just that little bit tougher for themselves.
So I'm just having a quick look through the field. So that it's to do with where the timing line is at this circuit. Now the pit lane timing line and actually the timing tower is past the end of the pit lane. So it does not matter who drives into the pit lane. Whoever drives out gets credited at the end of the lap. And I think that's why they all had to go around. So what would have happened is if they had pit the first time around, they wouldn't have been credited. So I think what's actually happened is the Lobs drivers and the Lobs team, whilst we're all sitting here scratching our head and going, this is crazy, it's the penalty they had to take, because if they didn't, they actually would have been only credited with 55 laps. And it would have been 57 laps, so 58 laps, sorry, for the main driver to get to the end of the race, which would have been a penalty. So technically they actually might have pulled one over on us, and they've actually been a fair bit smarter. But this is the risk. Literally, the only risk with this strategy was a safety car coming up precisely in this window, which is exactly what's happened.
Yeah, and we touched on that at the start of it. If you get one of these safety cars at the wrong time, you know, that's where the spanner in the works of not switching drivers when they, you know, had that chance. But you know, at the end of the day, their race isn't over. It just makes it just that little bit more complicated for them. So, you know, I think it'll be absolute cracker if they can come back from 20th at the moment and win this. It's going to make for a heck of a finish. So safety car's in. And now it's handed over to Burton, and it looks like he's gone. He is giving it a kick, and he's getting on with it.
Yeah, because they will want to run as far as they possibly can.
Yeah, look at him go.
He's got front, he has gone so early, and he is just going to go hammer and tong at the front end of this field. Here we go, ladies and gents. Back to racing at the Phillip Island 500. A change for the race lead. Seth Brown sits in second spot as well. He has got a job to do for the Eclipse Sim Sports team. Everyone came down for a pit stop under that safety car. The whole field has been strategy neutralized. And here we go. The big thing is, main game drivers at the front end of this field, there's none of them. Burton, Brown, Hamstead, Johnny Lutsu, Kobe Jones, Brown, Leonage is actually being aggressive around the outside at the moment of Dylan Rudd's co-driver and Kobe Jones. They'll go side by side as they head down through the hairpin on the restart. James Scott is one of the only main game drivers in this battle pack, by the way, in car 088. She's going to be holding their breath here if they go side by side. One of them needs to give it a little bit.
Oh, they're still going to take it on, but you've got a car that's blinking as well too, so that makes things a little bit difficult. They've all gone line astern now, which is smart for these guys.
Kobe Jones has just yielded. Now he'll duck to the outside. That's the 7 entry, Ethan Greengold's co-driver. He's still having issues with whatever it is that's going on at the moment. But have a look at how aggressive James Scott's been on that restart. He is supremely aggressive at the moment, really trying to grab some spots. He's grabbed a boatload of them on this lap. Top 3 has actually lost a bunch. As they get back underway, I think that's Glenn Postlethwaite trying to jump out of the way. He's actually with his co-driver at the moment. The tricky part is, where is everyone in that running order? Jared Phillip, I think, might be having some sort of PC issues as well on car 94.
Don't say that. That's what they don't want to hear at the moment. He's already grabbed 2 spots though, so he's up into 18th. And that's all he needs to do is just slowly pick them off one move at a time. Oh, side by side, these guys. Oh, through wide, no way.
No way.
It's done. They've got to get out of it. Someone's got to have some give and take there. And they've done that. Man, that's the last place you want to go 3 wide. They all got away with it. All the cars stayed on the black stuff. How good was that?
And that's Saberis, who's got behind the wheel of car 47 as well. We get another car that didn't really have much choice, but they'll be looking to log his 38 laps and get him out, probably. But his job will be survive. They've gone from on offense to on defense to on just get this thing to the damn finish line with the way that the night's gone thus far. And that was Saberis surviving a 3 wide moment down through the strategy. It's come to life, this race. It's amazing what a safety car will do.
That's it. So going by that means Stenberg would have had to go to the end. So I imagine that might be the last we see of Stenny, perhaps, depending on when they made their pit stops. So thankfully they were able to get in and continue on with their race. But whew, haven't we seen some mix-up throughout this? This is already where we're at lap 62. And still a lot to play out. And it's going to be so interesting to see how Jared Phillip can pick his way through this field and bounce back from that little bit of unfortunate timing with the safety car.
Again, they didn't have to go this way. They could have just been flexible like every other car around them. They didn't. They chose to be aggressive on their strategy, go on a one-veined approach, and you know the problem is when you go with an inflexible strategy, if something happens and you need to be flexible, you just can't do very much about it. But realistically, there's like a 1 or 2 lap window where they could have been punished, and it happened. That's car racing.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they put a strategy forward that would have been perfect in an ideal racing situation. No one can predict safety cars and drama and everything else, and they executed perfectly up until that unfortunate safety car. So, you know, at the end of the day, I can think they'll still bounce back. They've got very good pace. You know, I've touched on it quite a few times that Jared's been the class of the field for 2025, and I think it'll just be a matter of time. It'll be interesting to see just how far up the field he can get. And look, let's not rule out another safety car. You just never know. If another car happens to blow up and has to park on the racetrack and they have to throw another safety car, then that may change things altogether again.
Well, for the meantime, press on with what's in front. That's the thing about car racing. You've got what you've got in front of you, and you've just got to make the best of the situation. They've done what they've had to do, and now they're just going to have to press on. So Phil Sells cut his way from about 20th through to 16. Now it's going to be Luke Rosello who's lining up in behind Dan Hall, who's in for Ian Ford at the moment. Here we go, run down to the hairpin once more. Dan just again steps aside. Again, he's just thinking big picture racing. And again, Andrew Gilliam's going to line up and have a crack here with the next one.
Yeah, oh, he's close. Oh, a little bit of braille there. They've given each other just enough room. That's all they needed to give each other, and that's what they gave each other. But man, it got close through there, and they still haven't given up. Side by side, Gilliam, oh, he's going to put it back up the inside here of Hall.
Yeah, he will, because he's got to get through. Any time that he's being held up, His timing could be disappearing down the road now. Gilliam's going to switch it back over. Comes across the top of the hill. Lukey Heights plunges down the inside. Finally gets it done.
Good
and the
driving.
problem is, the rest of this race for those Lobs cars is aggression. But it's also got to be tempered aggression. You cannot come out and just go guns blazing and show everything you've got every single lap. You've got to just be smart about it.
Great insight. If we look at the driver cam tour of Dan Hall, you can see right over the top of him. And look what he's got going on. So he's got the triple screens, which is giving him all the vision in the world. And he's got his timing up above him. So he's right there. He's got all the information he needs right at his fingertips. And he's doing a good job at the moment, P20, as he teams up with Ian Ford. Great view. I love seeing these driver cams just to see what guys have got for their setups and how they go about racing, and it really brings something to the broadcast. So it's great to have that camera for Dan Hall.
Located on the Central Coast as well, so as he heads into summer, humidity is going to come up.
Yes.
I believe there's a few times I've seen him in his motorbikes as well, so enjoys getting out amongst things in the wilderness when he's able to, when he's not tied down to whatever wild marketing scheme he's up to. Have a look at the queue of cars. It's just starting to get caught up. This is back up towards the pointy end of the field as well with the Eclipse car. I believe it was Johnny Wutsu at the front end of this one. He's just sort of holding back, stemming the top. How about car 22? That's Brady Myers' car. He's from 40th or something on the grid to 5th at the moment.
Yep.
They have gone the hard way about this one. And again, flexibility in the co-driver role.
That's it. We saw the pace of what Rehan's had to show on offer, and yeah, it's a shame he's not part of the series full-time this year, but an awesome co-driver, and I can't speak highly enough of Rehan. And yeah, this is, yeah, these guys obviously didn't plan on having their qualifying efforts turn to custard, but they are definitely bouncing back, and to be top 5 at the moment on lap 65, it's a brilliant effort between Rehan, Brady Myers, and the whole TTR team. It's yeah, it's just brilliant, and looking forward to seeing how this all plays out for him.
Yep, well, for the moment, and it would have been a late call-up as well, and now we know the reason, because originally we weren't expecting to see Rehan deputising for this car. He was supposed to be co-driving alongside of Madison Down, so that changes things, but we know why now. Yeah, there's every opportunity. James Scott had fallen a little bit down the running order. And this is his co-driver. Blacklock's just, I think he's just enjoying things. Just sitting back, cross the arms.
Mate, you take his arms out, and he looks like exactly the same as if he's driving. He couldn't be more relaxed, could he?
He's focusing.
So whether he's behind the wheel or not.
Yeah. Well, there's been a fair bit of talk about whether or not James Scott's actually going to retire at the end of the year. This might be the last year that we see of him. So how cool would that be to be his final co-driver? Admittedly, that's rumour. I haven't heard anything to substantiate that.
Okay.
So
maybe Sam's auditioning for a drive next year. Who knows?
Could be indeed. Whether or not he wants to go that way with his career, step back into the top flight of things. World's his oyster. This would be a very, very important role that he will have to fill to the end of this race as well, because his laps and his duties for the day are not done. Ryan O'Sullivan, Greek Gold, has driven one stint aboard this car. And this is O'Sullivan's second stint. And again, another driver. He's doing a phenomenal job with how close to the pointy end of this race he is. James Scott's right there. He can reach out and touch him. And that's your co-driver doing that. So again, keep your eye on that car when it comes to Sandown to Bathurst.
Yeah, it's a good point you touch on too. This is obviously the start of our endurance season, and like you said, the next stop is Sandown and then Mount Panorama. So it's really going to be interesting they say the most wonderful time of the year is Christmas. Not for me. It's enduro racing season. I love that. And, we're just starting now for the Logitech series. And next stop, Sandown. I'm excited about that. But boy, oh boy, get me to the mountain. Can't wait. But it's a nice little teaser to be racing here at Phillip Island for the first of the endurance races. 500 Ks around here. It's turning out to be a cracker so far. And look at Jared Philsell now looking at the timing. He's in P12, so on the charge, only 6.7 seconds away from our race leader in Burton.
Oh, James Scott just about put an absolute mark on Rehan Leonage on the rundown, and in fact, he's going to give him the elbow at the mid-corner. And here comes O'Sullivan, who's going to skate on through as well. So Scott's looking to get aggressive at this point in time, and you're right, so is Philsell.
Mm.
In the meantime, Burton's just saying, goodbye, boys. I'm enjoying the look of you guys getting a little bit smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror. He's got a job to do, though. And that job right now is extend right now. Because, again, it just opens up those options in terms of the strategy. Need a short pit stop later? Need a long pit stop later? Well, you've got a little bit of room for that now.
Yeah, the pressure's off. We go to an OG Gear replay, and this is exactly what you touched on with Rehan, and just out in that garbage, just can't get the power down, unfortunately. So drops a couple of spots, but manages to get back in line again. But the beauty that Burton's got at the moment is that clear racetrack. He can just concentrate on his laps, hitting his markers, and just letting these laps peel off as we get closer and closer to the end.
So the critical thing is, now there's no maximum. Well, realistically, the maximum is governed by the minimum of the co-drivers. You must do 38 laps. So well, that's going to leave us with 75 other laps that can be adjusted any which way you like. The other problem is 57 laps consecutively. I'm just thinking about Leo Duncan, and I think he's okay because I think they've done a stint with Andre Youssef behind the wheel. He started the car. But the problem is Leo Duncan's been in that car since like 32. So the longest that car can do is like 89, which it's not too bad. It's okay. So, but for his minimum for the day, he will be out of this car, can be pulled from this car anytime in a couple of laps. But the furthest that he can go consecutively is through to 89. And from 89, I reckon he might be able to get home from there. Yes, he will be able to get home from there. So they'll be targeting the pit winner to get home 33 laps, lap 80. Is the target lap to get home on one more stop. So this race is now a one-stop race to the end.
Yep, still plenty to play out. And check fuel cell now into the top 10. And the other Lobs cars aren't too much further behind him either, so yeah, what could have been an absolute pickle of a situation. Looks like they've been pretty calm about it, and we know they've got the pace. They're just going to slowly start picking them off one at a time. If anything, it's made it a little bit more interesting, hasn't it? Because when Kostecki was behind the wheel, he had clear air and he just opened up that margin. It was out to 6, 7, 8 seconds maybe at one stage. So, at least it's made it that little bit more interesting. Probably harder than they would have liked. They don't mind leading and open up the margin from the rest of the field, but it's definitely made it interesting from a spectator's point of view.
Yeah, for sure. At the moment, just see Phil Sell in the background of that shot now starting to range up on a Tom Freer. This will be the interesting one. He's cracked the top 10 now. Now he finds a wall of cars just ahead of him.
And the beauty that he's got here is he looks at his front windscreen and the cars are still bunched up. So, yeah, he's in 10th, but he can see 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, all straight in front of him. So, yes, he's back in 10th, but realistically, he's only a couple of seconds from, also being in the top 5. So, he's fortunate at this stage that these cars are still bunched up, and that's definitely working in his favour.
Yep, now he'll have to make the moves inside of that top 10 at the moment. By the way, he's only 6 seconds off the race lead, so it's not disaster stations yet. There is every opportunity he can claw himself back into a race-winning position from here. But it's going to have to be the race of his life. Not close enough to get the move done on Tom Freer this time by. So now he'll have to wait another lap, claw himself a touch closer. Save a little bit of tyre along the process, along the journey.
But the beauty is it's not a sprint round, so he doesn't have to get it done in the next 10 or 15 laps. He's got all the time in the world at the moment, so there's no pressure at this stage. He knows that car's got the pace. He's got the pace in himself, and I think it's only a matter of time. He'll just be patient and just slowly pick them off one at a time. And I don't doubt for a second, you know, you asked me who my, as he goes for a dive up here up the inside, he gets that done on Tom Freer. You asked me who my pick was for the start of the night, and it still hasn't changed at this stage. I don't think it'll be too much longer before they get up the front. They've just made it just that little bit more interesting for themselves.
Yeah, what we need is a WinViz, not a wind tracker at the moment, something with this percentage. Because I tell you what, I've got you at the moment. My pick's at the front end of field. So, you're right. The race is not over.
What do you got to do? You've got to buy a ticket to the end.
You do. Absolutely you do. And again, another check of those cards if you hadn't.
We're going to have to get one for Bathurst, aren't we? We're going to have to get one up and put it up on the socials.
Yeah. Yeah. And then shuffle the spots around and send them out and see who gets the success. But for now, the fire down into the hairpin. Who's impressed you from the co-driver stable thus far? That you wouldn't have said, obviously Kaseka, we knew that was coming our way. We knew Burton was going to be quick. Is there anyone out there? And I'm looking at Ryan O'Sullivan's doing a very, very impressive job from a name I've never heard before.
Yeah, and you're probably right. You start to peel off all those names through what might be the top 10 at this stage, and you're right. Yeah, O'Sullivan's doing a great job. Mate, it's so hard. Everyone's doing such a great job. And it's like you said, even if some of the name stays that we pick, you know, it doesn't mean they can't have a bad day. So everyone's doing a brilliant job. But, yeah, it's hard to pinpoint. I'll let you do that if you want to. Stick your head under the guillotine and pick someone, because I think everyone's doing a brilliant job.
Well, I'm just going to rattle them off because I think there's a host of them that are actually doing a brilliant job. Seth Brown's actually done a great job. Really, really happy with this drive. I think it's one of his better drives. This is going to be Phil Sell picking off Kobe Jones, who's on board Dylan Rudd's car. And remember, these two were teammates last year. And it was a Lobs Esports car that won the championship title, but the number one car is the Chiefs Esports Club car. So, Seth Brown, very, very happy with the job that he's done. I mean, Richard Hamston, we knew he was going to do a great job. Again, Jake Burnham, just not even mentioned, done a great job. We knew that was capable. Johnny Lutsu, obviously he's capable, but I hadn't seen him on board a supercar before. Very, very happy with his performance. He's done reasonable. Then you get back to Rhino Summer. I am so, so happy with that job that he's done. And that proves that Car 7 is capable when we get to Bathurst. And Ethan Grid-Galton will want a co-driver that can back him in. Kobe Jones, again, I know of Kobe. I've seen some average drives from him. This is better than what I've seen from him historically. I'm very, very happy with this drive from him, and I think he will be too. Again, Leo Duncan, for me, for a guy who didn't even know how to register a car properly in iRacing prior to tonight, and again, I was talking to the Vermilion guys prior to this race. They said we actually had to teach him how to do a driver swap in a car for this. He'd never done it before. So that's how rookie level Duncan is. Over the moon with that performance. You know, he's just outside the top 10. He will be over the moon with that.
Oh, not wrong. That's almost, enough said, I think, mate. Exactly what you've just touched on with all those things. When you're telling someone and teaching someone how to do a driver swap and, you know, registering a car and all the rest of it, that's huge. And to be just on the top 10, just outside the top 10 is massive. As you see, Jared Philsell's just picked off another one. And even though he's coming through the field, that margin to the leader is now 6 seconds. So that is just, he's slowly just catching Burton at this stage, even though he's picking cars off.
Yeah. And again, Burton will just be preserving that race car, preserving that tyres, preserving their strategy position. And again, the critical lap number here in 7 laps, boys. In 7 laps, you're in racing distance of making it to home. Some drivers will be in urgent need of a pit stop. They get a co-driver out there who's done a lot of laps to get their main game driver back in so they can start their press forward. So you're going to see a lot of cars take this early opportunity, and that window is going to pop up at 23 laps into the stints. There's going to be a 10-lap window to get home, really, in terms of that pit stop window. Do you come at the front end? Now, Phillip Island, it is difficult to overtake, so track position. So that means the undercut's definitely on, and Phil Self fires it down the inside. Leonard, just another one.
So yeah, it's a nice move. I just laughed just as you said that. It's difficult to pass it, Phillip Island, and Jared just throws it up the inside.
But you've got to have a fair whack of pace to get the job done.
You're right. And, you know, if you've got that fresher tyre advantage towards the end over the field, even if it's by a couple of laps, you're definitely going to have that in your back pocket. So that'd be something for these teams to think about. You know, always good to have your best foot forward. And if at the end of the day you can have those, you know, couple of lap fresher tyres, then absolutely take it.
Righto, the run to home. We're starting to build towards that down to the inside. Another move. Picked off. And the word from the wins is that for Ryan O'Sullivan, Excel drivers, Hyundai Excel drivers, which remember, that's exactly where Greg Gott's been playing his craft as well. And he's at a fairly lengthy stay away from the sim and just starting to walk back into it. Has been capable of these drivers in years gone by, but they were years ago. So he will, I think the big thing is when you've been away for a while,
Dan,
you want to make that statement as you get back in. It's Dan Hall, Ewan Baker going toe-to-toe and having their stoush. Brody Sentence on the 888 machine that's also come from the rear of the field, driving his way back into this one.
There's a lot said for that Excel series. You know, we touched on, you know, the fact that, you know, these drivers doing Excel racing. Actually, Jake Burton is another one who has a steer recently in the Excels with Emily Jones. So it says a lot for our Excel drivers, and that's some good racing too.
One of the things that Ross Rizzo said to me at the Queensland Raceway is you take a look at the Super 2 field, sim racer, sim racer, sim racer, sim racer. There is, well, it's the same as said in cricket really. There's nothing like batting minutes in the middle. You just can't replicate it. And when it's expensive to put together a test day in a supercar, and you can't test current gen hardware, you have to get on the sim. It's the only way you can do it. You know, that's worthwhile sticking in your back pocket. And then you get the opportunity to go out there and circulate with your Kostekis, with your Brock Feeney's, with your Richie Stanways. You know, if there's someone that you've idolised for years and years and years, and I've got to rub elbows with them in the sim and trade a bit of paint, that goes in the wall. That goes in the memory lane for you. Thinking for them it might not mean much. For you it means a lot, and that's the big part about sim racing is it creates hero moments. You get to create your own journey, and that's what draws us all to it.
Mate, I think about the early days of in iRacing as back when Shane Van Gisbergen was racing back with Stone Brothers. Is that he and I used to be draft buddies at Daytona in the trucks. You know, he and I always used to team up and draft each other, and yeah, that was a kick. You know, to have the likes of Shane, a supercar racer at the time. He wasn't even a champion back then. Back in the Stone Brothers days, it was early in his supercar career, but have him on the sim and draft with him at Daytona, that was good fun. And now look at him, you know, racing the Cup Series in the real world. Who would have thought?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. Like I said, I've been able to go elbows out with Brody Kostecki in the last couple of weeks, and that will go in the memory bank for years to come. I will be telling that story when I'm old, decrepit, and people will probably tell me I think I'm losing my marbles. I can tell you, no, for a fact it happened, you know. But that's the stories that you tell, the hero moments. That's what we're all out there, what we're all chasing. And I think Zach Ratcho White had his hero moment tonight with that pole position. That one he will live by, and he will remember. He got his first podium in the series earlier on this year. That's what it's all about: the growth, the progress, moving forwards, adapting, becoming better. That's why we love sport. And you guys up there in Brisbane love your sport a fair bit at the moment with your AFL. Oh, there's been a huge moment. We might be having another safety car. There's a couple of cars off the circuit. Luke Rosella is amongst them.
Yeah. There's a fair bit of smoke. I think it doesn't look like there's too much damage to Luke's car.
Oh, it's Wayne Burke and Zantel Sabo that have gone into each other.
Ooh. Have to wait for a replay there and see the OG Gear replay. Hopefully we can catch that and find out how they got going. That's the main thing. Looks like the track's clear.
Yeah, both of them did get going, but both of them stalled the car. Both of them stalled the car. And the critical factor for Sabo was in the middle of the road. So there's obviously something's going on. And then Rosella gets in the back of Sabo there.
Oh my goodness.
See the light on the back of the car. That's switched off. And Sabo's shut off in the middle of the road.
Yeah. The one that I'm interested in is our producer's just going to give us have a look at this.
The Sabo's already off there.
Watch this. Heart and mouth, he thinks he's missed it. Oh no, oh no, oh no, gets through it. Oh my goodness, that's Days of Thunder move of anything you see. You know, he's just trying to pick his way through that wreck and managed to miss it all.
Yep, don't buy a lottery ticket this week.
Ooh. Yeah, you
use burned up all your luck. Yeah, in one go. But what happened? Why was Sabo out there? And we've seen this a few times. It was actually contact with another one of the Love's cars. It was Andrew Gilliam. And it wasn't a mile off the circuit, it was just wide. So.
Yeah.
Here you go. Jared Philsell. Up to 6th spot now. And he will continue to mount this charge forward.
And look at that gap is now under 6 seconds. So I said a while ago he was picking them off and it was out to sort of 6.5 seconds. It's now 5.5 or just, 5.5 seconds now. And he's still picking off through traffic. So this car's good and he's still got all the time in the world at the moment. He doesn't need to do anything silly. It'll just be one at a time, I think.
3 laps until we hit the pit stop window to get home as well. So final pit stops of the race are about to come our way. It's time to shake, rattle and roll. You feel like the main drivers will jump on board. Richard Hampstead's going to slice it down the inside to the inside of Seth Brown. This is for second on the racetrack. Job done. And again, I think that's Seth just going. We want to get this. We want to give Zach the opportunity to go racing for a win. But remember that Rattray White's tyres fell off the cliff in that first stint. So car 17, you hope, the only thing you can hope for Rattray White is that was just him overdriving in that first stint. Maybe the nerves got the better of him, maybe the pace, maybe the race position got the better of him. But if not, they've got to run this car deep into this window. Jared Philsell up to 5th.
He makes it look easy in that zone, doesn't he? Just runs it out wide a little bit, gets there under brakes. Jake Burton up the front got himself nearly a 5-second margin over his teammate, Richard Hampstead. And then it's very close. You got the rest of the field back behind them. And like you said, we're almost at that point where we can pit and get home.
So there'll be a numbers game played. So what will happen from here is that I get a sneaking suspicion. Philsell's probably not emergency pit just to try and get some clean air onto this car. So he will probably run it a fair way into the stop. But what will happen is that car 36 will be watching when they pit. Every lap, there'll be an update of what was the gap last lap. What was the gap last lap to Philsell? What was the gap last lap to Philsell? And then wait for them to pit, wait for them to rattle off a couple of quick laps, and then you just dive in once they've taken the heat off that tyre. Because you want to defend from, you want to come out ahead, but you want to come out ahead with tyre advantage as well.
And you would imagine that Anderson would jump in, so that stop might be just that little bit longer than they would have liked, only because you have to do a driver swap. You know that Philsell's going to stay in, so there is that little bit of a time difference that they'll have to sort of think about as well.
How about the teammates? How do they go to work? Because Jared Philsell's about to rock up right behind them. Seth Brown, Johnny Lutsu And the Eclipse cars nose to tail. And Lotsu's going to get bombed. Here comes Phil Sell. Does he nearly get to the back bumper? He just about got into Seth Brown right there as well. 20th to 4th. Only 3 remain on the track ahead of him.
We shouldn't be surprised. We saw how quick the car was at the start of the race in clear air, and it's just as quick in traffic too. So he's just slowly picking them off one at a time. Doesn't need to stress too much. You know, it's lap 80 of 113, so plenty of laps and plenty of time up his sleeve. He knows he's got another pit stop to make as well. The car looks good. It's looked good from the drop of the green flag, and yeah, I think it's just going to be a matter of time at this stage. I don't know what anyone else is going to have for him.
Well, for now, all that we can sit and watch is what he's got for the rest of the field right here. Because it's made for compelling viewing, but again, where has Gilliam got back to? Rosella's been off the road, so obviously his progress forward was halted and he went backwards. Andrew Gilliam's up to 14th. And this will be this is a really, really important race for him now as well, because if he loses ground here, and it's a double points round, so the margins between the places are bigger, that is a bigger marker on the championship.
Yeah, and something you need to think about with these teams and drivers as well is that we've got 3 Enduros, this one includes, so 2 more after this, where they're all big points rounds. And then we've only got a sprint round at the end of it to determine our champion. So if you take a hit tonight, you've got to really make sure that you make Sandown and Bathurst count, because if you lose too much margin throughout these 3 endurance races, there's only one more race to go in a sprint race, and unfortunately, you know, that won't be enough to make up too much of a deficit when it's double points.
Think about Phil Sell as well. Last year, heading to Bathurst was in the shot of a title. And a blown engine.
Yeah.
Was the difference between him being champion last year. Jared Phil Sell right now. Seth Brown's his next victim. And does it come at the braking marker down the end here? How deep into we're into the fuel window now as well.
Yep. He did it. He just makes it look so easy. That's how good the car is. Don't take anything away from Jared's driving styles too either, but you know, that car just looks so good to drive, and he's making it look easy.
A big thing for Gilliam is going to be, where does he get back to? Because he has made moves the last couple laps as well. This is Rosella's run back through the field. Oh, Sabo again. The last time those two come a cropper, ended up with both of them out and in the weeds. This time's ended a little bit better. Nah. What about Russell Pepperell? Think about him driving alongside Andre Heimgartner.
Yeah, how cool is that too when you're co-driving with a main game supercar driver in the real world? That's cool. Andre's definitely had his challenges throughout this season as well, but they're 28th at the moment, so still an opportunity to make up some more positions. A little bit of damage to the front of it, but not too bad.
If Andre came calling, what do you think the conditions of the contract would be? Yep, signed merch and tickets to Bathurst.
I think it's good just to have these guys in the car regardless, you know. I know himself and Macaulay Jones, they have a good rapport with the guys at TTR, and plenty of banter in private social chats and all the rest of it. And obviously with as we see Jake Burton, who's on screen, he's got very strong ties at BJR, and so that rapport that they have, especially like I said with Macaulay and Andre, it's good. And it's pretty much, I guess, what the Lobs guys have, with Jared Philsell and Kostecki too. When you've got those real-world drivers and Richie Stanaway and all the rest of it, it's cool for those drivers and teams to have someone like that in their stable.
All right, deeper and deeper we wander into this pit window, and they can go about as far as about lap 92, 93.
Yeah.
So that's sort of what we're looking at, thinking about.
And that's what you're going to do. You want that rubber towards the end. So you'll stretch this stint out as long as they can. I would imagine they'll go till their tanks are almost dry. There might be a little bit of strategy where someone might try and pit a couple laps before the other, and maybe make some ground with some fresher tyres. But end of the day, here we go. 5-second penalty, contact with car 53. So Bradley Rattrew got himself a penalty there. So race control got themselves a little bit of work to do.
Gilliam's again just been picking cars off the last couple of laps. The next car
contact there.
There's actually a car off, and it's Kobe Jones in car number 1. They were having a great day.
Who was that? Was that Freya Hobson? So Freya might have been up the inside. So we go to replay. No, we haven't. I thought that I was going to say maybe he made the mistake all in by himself, but we're just going to chase up that replay. But looked like there might have been just that little bit of contact, and unfortunately got shoved a little bit wide. Here we go. The OGG replay. Yep. Up the inside. Yeah, there was a little bit of a contact there. A bit of view from the chopper, but at the end of the day. Well, now Kobe Jones has dived into the lane. Get that pit stop over and done with. Hampstead's in the lane as well. So that's 84.
Hampstead to hand over to Jake Maloney. Kobe Jones will hand back to Dylan Rudd. And for those guys, again, it's about getting main game drivers back in. This is the chopper. There's a bit of daylight between them there, so I don't know if they would have made actually contact.
I reckon net code maybe.
So, regardless, continue on. Gianni Lutsu, again, starting to press onto the team. This might trigger a raft of stops. You might just see Lutsu and Damon Woods undercut here. Just separate the two cars a little bit on track. Although, if you're going to play by McLaren rules...
don't even get me started.
Seth Brown and Zach Rattray White, if you're going to run the alternative strategies, they get first pick of what they want to do. But the fact that a couple of drivers in that pack have pitted, I reckon you'll see the bulk of this pack in this lap as we run up towards the crest of the hill. Now, Jared Philsell is 5.8 seconds from race leader Jake Burton. And these guys and Brady Myers went toe-to-toe last year at this racetrack for a race win, and there was paint traded on that occasion. This time, there's a little bit of daylight in between them, and we can only watch it. Yeah, here they all come for their pit stops. And Phil Sell's done all the hard work to get through these guys, so there's no way in the world that he won't pit next time by, because he will not want to give that spot back.
Notice race control told us that Gilliam Stanaway car's got themselves a 5-second penalty after contact with Burke. That was back on lap 76. So just to make
triggered that wild moment there, with Zeller in the grass as well.
So just add insult to injury for Gilliam too. So 5 seconds, but that's all right.
Yep. There's not much you can really do. He's just got to press on. Again, same sort of scenario. All right, this is what you've got in front of you. Go do what you can with it.
Yeah. Oh, all the garbage on the track. That was a brilliant shot on board of Forza Del Navi. You could see all the stones and everything just being bounced up over the car. There's someone who obviously had a little bit of an off and just dragged some garbage onto the racetrack. Tell you what, I do love the 93 up the side of it. It's a good look. It's got that NASCAR feel.
Jake Burton continues on once again. So does Phil Sell. So they're happy and confident with their cars and their pace. Here comes Leonage. And O'Sullivan's going to follow him in, and so is Gilliam, by the way. So here they all come. The vast majority of the players have now played their hands. And now it's about the run to the end.
How's the timings too? Looking at Jake Burton and Jared Philsell. The last lap round, 33.135 for Burton and a 33.121 for Philsell. So nothing in it between those guys. That margin's pretty much stayed at 6 seconds.
Yep, that it has. So nothing in it between those top two. And now we just watch, where's Maloney going to feed out in all of this one as well?
Yeah.
By the way, Jordan Saberis is behind the wheel of that car, and he will be for an extended period of time. I think he will have to... Well, he's got to hit 38 laps, so he's going to do all the laps to home. He doesn't have a choice. Gilliam's actually lost spots, I think, in that pit cycle.
Yeah. He had a penalty. I think he had to serve, so... The benefit these guys have got is that they've got that fresher rubber on board now. So that will help them claw just that tiny bit of margin to the guys that are around them that they were racing that haven't pitted yet. So, and it looks like Burton is in too.
You know what's really interesting is Sam Blacklock
stayed out, has he?
Behind the wheel of 088 to the end of the race. Greg Galt's climbed back aboard. Brady Myers is on board. I tell you what, Myers is on for a podium here.
Oh, how good would that be?
Well, actually, he's going to end up fourth, I think, in terms of strategy. Here comes Sentence. He'll hand over to Rick Kuznetsov to bring it home.
And the tricky bit for him too is he's probably going to have to battle teammates to get that podium as well. So Jared's now got the lead at the moment, as we just touched on that. Maloney is, he's had his pit stop. Now where has, trying to see where Burton's come out. Here he is. So Anderson is now taken over. And if they do these extra couple of laps, so there was still a few seconds between him and Philsell before he pitted. So before Jake boarded down to pit lane. So Anderson is now behind the wheel. Those fresher tyres. It'd be interesting to see how much longer that Philsell leaves it. He wouldn't have too many more laps left in the tank anyway as far as fuel. So you imagine he'd be down sooner rather than later, especially knowing that everyone else behind him is pitted and he's going to go another lap.
Brady Myers, so drivers still yet to pit. Philsell, Kostecki, Ratchu and Broad, Rosella McMillan, Sabera, Stenberg. That's it. Everybody else just about has done their final stops. I'll tell you what, Brent Holmeson's actually popped out in not a bad spot, but I'm walking wounded. Still with some work to do to the end of this race. Ethan Griegalt's now really starting to attach himself to the back end of Brady Myers. So that is a battle that's going to go on to the end of this one. I just heard the pit lane alarm going off. Philsell's running it deep in this one.
Yeah.
You know, he's at risk. If the lap times are good from Jake Maloney, he is going to be massively at risk here.
Yeah, but he's got the... You know, we saw him come from 20th, so I don't think he's too worried at this stage. I think he wants to give himself the best shot towards the end of the race, give himself that fresh set of tyres, even if it's only a few laps over the rest of the field. You know, he was able to peel through that pack of 20 cars in front of him and to effectively almost take the race lead. So I don't think he's too concerned.
This one will be a little bit of a concern for Brady Myers, who's going to have to hold off a fast-finishing Ethan Griegault. Griegault's... Both of these cars have had to come through the field a little bit. And Myers is forced to cover as they run down to turn 4 again.
And what Myers wants to do is just maybe hold him up just for a few laps. Maybe, you know, have the fact that Griegault might overwork his tyres, heat him up a little bit, and that might work in his advantage. If he could just hold him off for the next few laps, he might be able to just sort of not break him as such, but when those tyres start to get a bit hot and slippery, the car will move around. Oh, just as I say that, see what I mean? The car just runs just that little bit wide. It pushes a little bit, gets a little bit tight, and that's what he'll want to see. So if he can do that for the next few laps, that might start to take the pressure off the 22 of Myers. But we know Greg Galt is a great steerer, and he's hanging right in there, but definitely looks the pacier of the two.
Just wonder how long does this go on for? Is there...
Bando, fastest lap.
Margin? Yeah, well, that's necessary. Well, no, sorry, that one's not necessary. He'll have the race lead, but that's just extending it just a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. So by the time Phil's on that pit, it may be that margin might be about to 6 or 7 seconds. It'll be interesting to see. But and this is great done by Jay. Well done as we keep an eye on this great battle, but also how Jared is going, and he's going to go into the pits now. So he's decided that this is the time, and he'll get that pit stop over and done with.
Righto, here we go. One more of the pit stop questions about to get answered. And then it becomes, how long do you wait if you're Ratu and Broad, if you're Saberis and Stenberg? You've got to feel for Saberis and Stenberg. They're just caught in a situation where they have to leave Saberis in the car.
Yeah.
They were on for the top 10 today.
They were really, Stenny did an amazing job at the start, and unfortunately they just got caught out by just that internet drama. Unfortunately, it was none of their doing, and they can walk away with their heads held high because Stenny, he did a great job. So regardless of the outcome, they know they had pace, and it's just one of those unfortunate incidents that was caught him out.
You're going to drop their Mars car. They're obviously running light.
Ooh, that's a fair margin. So Phil Cell's rejoined, and have a look at where Anderson is.
He's actually done reasonable laps.
So 5 seconds, is that what we're hearing? So 5.7 seconds. So it wasn't too bad. That's not too bad. Phil Cell now has got a couple of lap fresher tyres underneath. And tell you what it does is makes an absolute cracking finish to the end with 24 laps to go. And it's hard to look away from this battle. Myers trying his absolute best to hold off Greg Galt.
This is about
Lucky.
fifth and sixth
Yeah.
in terms of the running order. I think that Brady Myers, though, look at all the work he's had to do. You put a top 15 qualifying. Again, we know he's capable of that pace. But you put an off qualifying. Let's give him 20th.
Yeah.
He's in for a podium.
Yeah. Well, still don't take it away from him at this stage. You never know what's going to happen, but you're exactly right. It's just made their night just that little bit more difficult, and for them to be able to bounce back and be in a position where they are at the moment, that's just a brilliant effort. As disappointed as they would have been in quali, it's out of their hands. And a big shout out to Hobbo too. He's back in 8th position at the moment. He's doing a brilliant job. If we go to the OG Gear replay, this is a dive up the inside. Nice and clean for Gilliam. Gets the job done.
He does. One more picked off. In actual fact, he's coming out just behind Zach Rattray White. So I don't know what's happened to the Eclipse cars, but in the pit cycle, they've just been jumped.
Yeah. Good spot. I didn't pick up on that. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's going to be a move, baby. Oh, they were both trying to fake each other. That was actually cool driving between Myers and Greg Galt. Both trying to dummy each other. You see Blackhall, he's in the pits as well. So our effective race leader is Josh Anderson over Jared Philsell. Just under 5 seconds between those two, but it's hard to look away from this battle effectively for 4th and 5th.
Can't be, just looking at the pit stop times, it can't be driver swap because that's absolutely well and truly covered. By the way, Sam Blackrock, remember we were talking about that car, and again they had a bit of flexibility in what they did with the drivers. it's just the way that stops fell today. Blacklock's going to have to bring this car home. So you've got 88 cars next to each other on the road. And that's a co-driver bring that car home, and it will be inside the top 10. But I think that's another car where you go, yeah, something weird's just gone on for them. Because their last pit stop's just long.
I'm stoked for Hobbo. Good to see him, as we I call him our gold member when you look at that car. Good looking car on racetrack, and mate, for him to be on target for, you know, a finish well inside the top 10, that's a brilliant job so far. What was he looking at? So effectively 6th position at the moment. So knocking on the door for a top 5 is brilliant.
Well, it's really, really interesting. I got an opportunity to talk to him over a few drinks a couple of weeks back, and he's tossing around the words of retirement in his head. Talk and thoughts of retirement have been popping up in his head. And I'm just a little bit gobsmacked, but he said, I don't want to be one of those guys that's taking up somebody else's spot. But you have a look at him and you have a look at what he's done tonight, and reminded that this is a guy he's got 15 stitches in his right eye, just above his right eye. He'd be in a fair bit of pain. He's not taking up a spot. He's not just filling the grid. He's there, and there quite convincingly. So, but is it time for him to sort of change what he wants to do? That's the questions that are going through.
Yeah. I can't tell him whether to race or not. I want him to stay because my biggest fear is that he joins Vets, and it's one more driver that I can't beat. So that puts me down the grid that little bit further. So, yeah. So we're hearing that sounds like Kennedy's going to be in the Vets as well. So our biggest fear is when the likes of Jared Philsell and Madison Down and all these guys get into their 40s, that they're going to join Vets and make it almost impossible to win.
This battle, again, it's just not going well. Now Myers looks like he might have just cracked him a little bit. And Greg Galt's tyres might have just gone off a fraction. Final look in car 47.
Yep.
And Kurt Stenberg coaching Children Saberis at the moment. Guarantee they'll be about out of fuel, so this will probably be their pit stop, but Stenny's work for the day done.
Yeah, here we go. So what could have been for car 47, hey? It's just, it's tough luck, but what's the old adage is that's racing, isn't it? Even in our series, you know, sometimes you can just get caught out by a bit of bad luck, and you know, you say that with the 22 as well. You know, they touched on their dramas in qualifying where they lunched a motor and they weren't able to qualify and had to start from last. So, you know, they can keep their head held up high, and looking forward to see how they go at Sandown now for Stenny.
So for now, Race Lee handed back over to Josh Anderson. But the big thing is that margin has come down and come down and come down. And with 20 laps to go, it's 3.3 seconds.
Yeah. Look at that, you know, over 6 tenths, and then 3 tenths. So at the end of the day, you know, Anderson's in a spot too where he doesn't need to push too hard. He can manage that gap. He knows that Jared's going to be coming, but he's probably at a point where he can try and look after that car a little bit too, so he's got something to fight with as we get closer to the end. But what it shapes up to is an absolute cracking finish between Josh Anderson and Jared Philsell. I tell you what, this is a good shot in the arm for Josh too. You know, we caught up with him at Queensland Raceway, and he was saying about, you know, how much he was kicking himself, how his season sort of slipped away from him and, you know, made things a little bit difficult. He was, you know, at one point, he was chasing Jared Philsell in the championship. He was P2. And he spoke about the struggles that he was having and, you know, how that sort of messed with him a bit, how his season might have gone to custard. But this is a good bounce back and just showing the genuine pace that Anderson's got on board this year in that TTR Chevy. It's good to see, and it's going to be an absolute cracker with 19 laps to go. There's only 3 seconds between these two.
Well, the big thing is Philsell's taken about 3 tenths out of him in the last couple of laps, about 3.5 tenths. just a touch more than that. And based upon that, he will be in striking distance in 10 laps, which means we get ourselves a 9-lap stoush for the Phillip Island 500 to bring it to a close after everything that's gone on today. A safety car right in the middle of the day. To say that we could be fighting for the race lead in the final 10 laps of the race, when at most times today, there's barely even been a fight for the race lead. That's huge. Big move now as down the inside goes Jordan Ross. And he will pick off Teo Serrano to move his way in a 12th spot. He's eyeing off a top 10 at the back end of this one. Gilliam's back inside the 10 after serving his penalty. This race is not done. There's a sting in the tail to come.
It's a different kind of race, isn't it? You know, we kind of expected that the Lobs 94 car was probably going to sail off into the distance, and that's what was happening until that safety car threw a spanner in the works. And Jared's done an amazing drive from back in 20th. He's just slowly picked him off, and it's going to be an awesome finish. So what was that? That was 2/10 last time round. And again, I don't think Anderson's worried just yet. He doesn't have to worry about staring in his rearview mirror. He just needs to hit his marks. He'll be nice and smooth, and you know, can't wait to see how this is going to play out.
Josh Anderson being there, being quick today. But you've just got to close it out. You've just got to put that final stick in the tail. As Phil Self finally taken the edge off those tyres. Think back to Ref a couple rounds ago as well. And the big note on that night was the tyres blew up. They actually blew. Now there's contact out as we get down towards Siberia. To the inside, Sam Blacklock is actually on offense. How about this from a co-driver? Sorry, my apologies.
That's right. What's it?
It was Blacklock. It was Blacklock that got his way past Damon Roods, and now Dylan Rudd's going to line him up and try and have a crack at it as well. Oh, he's locked it up. He's gone in deep, and now he's on the marbles. And now there's going to be a little bit of contact from Rudd into the background of Damon Woods.
Oh, jeez.
So this one's not quite done. And again, he's cool. There is not a hint of stress on that man's face.
You watch his eyes though, he's just having those little glances in the mirror just to see what he's got happening behind him. So he looks fairly composed. One thing that's working in someone's favour, and that's Hobbo. He's able to open up that tiny little margin, got himself just over a second breathing room now. So Hobbo will be looking in his mirror going, go for it, boys. We want Blacklock, Woods and Rudd to all fight it out because that works in his favour.
Much deeper now as they get to the apex of the southern loop and nearly to the back bar, Damon Woods. So he's lost a spot on this most recent lap, but he is not giving up the ghost. And now it's going to be down. There's a working arrangement between these two cars as well. Woods will get there, gets into the bar. Now he'll look to the inside. Blacklock's in the marbles yet again.
He's in the wrong side. He's on the outside though, so he's not going to be able to do much here, and it's exactly what he needs to do, just tuck right in behind. He doesn't want to open up that margin behind him because Rudd's right there to pounce. So as much as he needs to attack, he's got to defend at the same time.
Looks left, looks right, through the hay shed back up to Lukey Heights. They'll line it up once more. And Blacklock's going to make sure he parks this car up at the apex this time. He was deep last lap. The marbles are everywhere. Woods is going to shut the nose. Is he in deep? Blacklock gives him the room. Doesn't get into the bar as well.
And look at Gilliam. He's right there to pounce too. He's got his chance at maybe an attack.
He needs to.
Yeah, these guys. Oh, he's going to lose another one. Oh, he's going to lose 2 spots now. So Blacklock now got a chance of maybe losing another one.
That might not be it because Rattray White's now got the nose to the inside as well. So he's gone for the front end of this pack. He's already lost 3. He's about to become 4. He'll have the inside when they get down to turn number 1. And again, this is co-driver versus mains. That's worthwhile keeping an eye on. He is holding on as Sam Blacklock, but now he'll be on the outside at 2.
Oh, just dropped 4 positions there, Sam Blacklock. So we put the Mozzard on him. We said he was all cool, calm and collected, but unfortunately, he just got pounced.
He just got put on the wrong side of the road. He was just thinking about it. And that's the thing. Sometimes you just get put in the wrong lane of traffic and the other traffic lane just keeps flying by.
Yeah. What a battle, though. How good is it to have all these guys nose to tail battling for position in the dying stages of this race? That's brilliant.
All nose to tail. All still hanging on to it at this point in time. Now Damon Woods is free at the front of this group. Gilliam's in the middle of this. He needs every single spot he can pick off. And now he's going to side it and set it down the inside. Does Gilliam. Gilliam's just picked off another spot. That's your margin for the race lead. What's the average looking like across our 3 laps now? What's the margin? It's down to 2 seconds for the race. Another 3.5 tenths. He's in trouble. Anderson's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but let's use the old adage too. We go to the OGP replay first of all, and this is this dive straight up the inside, and he's just a sitting duck. But the old adage is, what is it? Catching one thing and passing's another. So that's what Anderson's got at the moment. Yes, Phil Sell's got to catch him, and it's probably inevitable the way it's going at the moment. The pace that Phil Sell's got 32.8 last time round to a 33.2 for Anderson. So the pace is definitely on Phil Sell's side. He's got to catch him, but then he's got to try and pass him at the same time too. So that's what will be playing through Anderson's mind as we've got 15 laps to go at the moment.
What about fuel? What about fuel? Because the question's just been passed to me as well. There might be a fuel question mark. Now, for Phil Sell, even if he does have to save and save egregiously, he's got an 8-second margin. He's not losing P2 unless he does cough, splutter, and die. But for Josh Anderson, that margin at one point looked at 6 seconds back to Jared Phil Sell, and there was cars in between as well. That is not the case anymore. And I tell you what, just having a look back through the field, there's Chiefs Esports cars, and they're just starting to fall off on their tyres. Their tyres are done, and they've got to go another 14 laps from here. Rudd's now lost spots as well as Blacklock. Blake Warboys is actually coming back through. It's actually not Jordan Ross on board car 143s. These guys are going to exchange a bit of paint.
Oh, Bowler. He's going to hold on. Yep.
And Ford's going backwards at the moment.
Yeah. I don't know if there was contact as he gave that spot back. I'm not quite sure. But that was an interesting graphic that Jay just had up on the screen, the stationary time between Anderson and Phil Sell. There was a bit of a margin there. So 29.5 to a 32.6, I think it was. So, you know, that little bit stationary in the stop for Ando, is it going to be close for fuel for Phil Sell? I don't know. That's going to be very interesting. Surely they would have done their calculations.
How's this for two riders that are going at it? And one of them was in the championship fight for the Volker last year because it was a breakout year for him. And the best results that he's ever had. Now he's going to be sending it down the inside of Victorian Esports champion Matt Bowler. And Bowler's widened on the marbles and Ian Ford goes back through. So after all that funny business that happened, that seems to have sorted itself back out again.
Hold to wide, as you might say.
Right.
Oh, a little bit of nose to tail there as well. It's hungry back here. This is all for position too, the way these guys are all racing. So they know that we're closing down the end of this race, and there's an opportunity to sneak past maybe 2-3 spots for all these guys.
There's about 40 Ks to go, a bit over 40 Ks at the moment. But we are zeroing in on the run to Heimer as well as zeroing in on the inside of Ryan Jones.
Oh!
Nice, Chris Island, and now there's an elbow off in front as well.
That's 4 spots he's lost.
And Bowler's car just looks like it's all of a sudden just shut off.
Has he gone pit?
He's coming in the pit lane.
He's not coughing for fuel. Oh.
He's got a blown tyre on car 12. Are we going to have tyre dramas before the end of this one?
Are you serious?
Don't tell me that the reason that the Trans-Tasman car that's leading the race is actually going a little bit slow is it's conserving its tyres. Don't you dare tell me.
Wow. Now, that's not something I was thinking about coming into this race, because normally I never thought of Phillip Island as being a very aggressive racetrack as far as rubber. So that's interesting.
whether or not they didn't swap it. There was only 14 laps on those tyres for
Yeah, it's got to be
Matt
something.
Roller.
Yeah, it can't be a tyre issue for 14 laps.
No, absolutely not. So I don't quite know what's going on there for that car. Something funky has happened. They'll have really, really quick pace now to the end of the race, but...
Well, let's have a look at the times as we cross the start-finish line last time round. Anderson 33.1, Phil 32.9. So just slowly chipping away, almost 1.5 seconds.
So, still being chipped away at, and it's all in that final sector. So that nearly says to me, parking it up nicely at MG. Are they trying to save anything they've got?
Yeah.
We said it was going to be, what, 2 laps from now that they'd be in striking distance. Well, the margins, it's not punching out. It's starting to stall and go back the other way.
So how long's it been? I'm just trying to think, what lap did they come in? I'm curious about how many laps these leaders have got.
It'll be 25 laps. It'll be 28 laps to home for our race leader. It was the end of lap 88, so it'll be 25 laps. Sorry. Yeah, that will be 25. So it'll be... My apologies, I've got that one wrong. 28 and 25. Yeah. That's how far into the stint they are at the moment.
Okay, so that's shouldn't be an issue for him for tyres getting home. Obviously, it works in Jared's favour because he's got those few extra laps under his belt of fresher tyres. But yeah, look, that margin is obviously it's still coming down, but you can see it's changed. We were talking 6 tenths there at one stage, and now it's just almost sort of 1 to 2 tenths. So
do you remember a couple laps ago when we were talking about Hobson and how he had a second margin? There is nothing in it.
Oh,
Damon
come on,
Woods
Hobbo.
reeled him back in. So I reckon Hobbo's tyres have gone off. So again, we were talking about all those cars that come very early on. They went off a little while ago. Very long distance to take this one home. And that's the challenge that you're putting it through. It's the rubber that's going to be the biggest question mark of them all. Damon Woods showed up on scene. Gilliam's got a lap less on the tyres compared to these two. So he does have a little bit more pace. That Goldilocks zone of the tyre is gone. It's in the rear view mirror. It's in the rear view mirror by about 20 laps worth. And now, what have they got to bring it home on?
Hobbo's a sit and duck here, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
He's going to make him go around the outside. He's done it too. So Hobbo back to 7th. He might be in struggle street right now because I think Gilliam may pounce in just a moment.
Right there. And yeah, I reckon Hobbo's going to be in trouble to get this car home. He's got to do 10 more laps on these tyres, and he is just starting to look very sickly.
Yeah.
In the way that car is lurching around. The tyres are definitely beyond their best, and Andrew Gilliam is trying to take full advantage of that. It'll be around the outside at turn 11. It's in the marbles for Gilliam, and it's a slide from the rear. Almost got through there. Rattray White's going to try and fire back through. He's gone backwards a spot now, so he's paid the price. No. No, you don't.
You can see when he was in the marbles, the tyre marks just as he had to deal with. But now they're going to try and race each other down the straightaway. Oh, there's a little bit of overlap. You don't want to touch there. Giving each other just enough room. So Hobbo's going to hold on for another lap maybe, or another half lap.
But again, this is just life. This is life just being eked out of these tyres. They've been going at this aggressively this whole time. And the margin for the race lead is now just on that 1 second marker.
Oh, here he goes, up the inside.
So Rattray White gets there. They're 3 wide at the apex up here, and Gilliam's going to try and squeeze back by the pair of them.
Now he's on the outside. He's not going to be able to do it there. He's got to be careful of the marbles on the outside there. Oh, is Hobbo going to try and sneak up the inside and get that position back? He's done it. He's got it.
No.
Good fight for Hobbo.
Oh, and Gillian just about gives him a whack as they run up into Lukey Heights once more. Back up and over the rise, down through the plunge. Again, Gillian spent half this lap in the marbles. He shows the nose once more. Rattray White will be trying, he will be hoping, he will be praying he's running away. And now the Chief Esports cars are buying back into this one. Margin race lead, under 1 second. Where do you look? Where do you look?
Well, this is perfect. We've got the split screen so you can see the battle that we were watching, but you can also keep an eye on what's happening up front. That gap is just, what is it, 0.8 of a second now between first and second. Anderson trying to hold off Phil with 9 laps to go. Unbelievable finish to the Phillip Island 500. This is going to be a cracker.
So it's under a second. Last lap time was about 0.3 of a second. They will get there in a couple laps time. We're going to get ourselves about 6-7 laps worth. And Anderson's just going to cover it everywhere. Yep. He's never going to give him an opportunity. Gilliam, late dive to the inside, gets it pulled up. Now Hobbo's on the marbles. Finally, we'll get it clear. Rudd's going to try and skate his way on through as well.
Yeah, Rudd's on the wrong side of the racetrack, though. Oh, you've got to feel for Hobbo. He's just trying his absolute best just to hang in there. Still inside the top 10, but there's still a couple more cars behind him that are ready to pounce.
But think about Blacklock and Rudd. Blacklock lost 4 spots. He'd be at the front end of this train. Yeah. His tyres have come back to life, and he'd be pulling away. Instead, he's at the back, and he's got moves to make. And Blake Warboy's another co-driver that's just arrived on the scene. Sorono's only just down the road behind these guys as well. Race margin, the lead. Again, another 0.3 of a second. Half a second now for the race lead.
I don't know what
I type the message to Burton? Do I check in with him?
No. I think he just wants to be left alone at the moment. I myself, I don't even know where to look. I'm constantly looking at the top part of the screen to the bottom part of the screen. Such great racing, but 8 laps to go, and there's half a second in it between our top 2.
Half a second. Half a second. After 450 Ks. In a race that's going to go the absolute journey on this one. And think about it, the halfway mark, Jared Filsell was 20th. He's had to claw his way back through this field.
Yep. They haven't done it the easy way, but they've certainly shown from the drop of the green flag that car has had pace. And now you'd think it's just a matter of moments. Is he going to be able to get the job done? He has to get the job done on Anderson, but it has to be clean as well. You know, the last thing he needs is just to have that little bit of contact between him and Anderson, and it might cop him a penalty. You know, both of these guys want to win this race desperately. Into the final laps, and Jared flashing his lights just to try and put Ando off. That's his way of saying, you know what, Ando, I'm coming. I want P1.
Yeah, that he is. Margin's under that 0.3, so he won't be able to get close enough to get him this lap, but next lap he will be in range. Out of the southern loop.
Oh, Anderson just needs to drive it nice and smooth.
Drive it straight. Keep putting it in the right spots.
Oh, nothing in it now. Throw away the stopwatch. You don't need it now. I think we're slipping into fan mode, mate. We're just watching on to see what's going to happen because, mate, I can't predict it. Like, I picked Phil Kostecki to win. You picked Anderson Burton, and it's going to come down to 6 laps to go in a moment, and there's nothing in it.
Like we said, 7 laps to go. Becomes 6 this time by. Because he hasn't actually made a whole bunch of margin on this lap. Does he get here? Does he get underneath the rear wing and then do the tyres just all of a sudden go off? Has Anderson just been pacing himself? Is Jared Philsell on the limit in terms of fuel? Is he beyond the limit in terms of fuel, and now he's got a bill to pay?
Let's listen, because we touched on their stop times different. A little bit.
Just marginal. It's not a lot. It's not
No,
a lot.
Not a lot.
If there is any.
Oh, this is just, you know, we talk about how some of these races you couldn't script it, but, you know, just before the halfway mark, when you saw the lead that Kostecki had as we go to the OG Gear replay, oh, a little bit of nose to tail. Oh, is he going to hold on to it? No, he's going to get pushed wide. But, yeah, you would have thought, just before the halfway mark where Kostecki had himself a decent margin, looked like he was doing it easy. And then unfortunately, Jared, by the time he got put back in the car, he was back in 20th. So we never doubted the fact that he'd have the pace on board. And as the guys come to the start-finish line this time by, there's going to be 5 laps to go. Jared right there. We touched on how much the change is between Gen 3 and Gen 2, the car doesn't quite suck up as much. You can see it suck up a little bit there. But Jared not quite close enough at this stage.
Again, little bit of margin. But he's actually not closing. He's not close enough. He, you know, for the speed that he pulled himself up here, he's now gotten here, and again, not able to do anything with it. And the headlights will go flashing once more.
Love it. He's just doing his absolute best to try and distract Ando as much as he can.
Now he's just about wrapping on the bumper when they get to the hairpin, though.
Well, that's Ando. All Ando needs to do is just cover. He needs to just be smart about the braking zones and make sure that he places the car perfectly where, you know, he's not caught for weaving. He's not going to block too much, but just enough to it makes Jared just that little bit more difficult for him. Oh, as we go to the vision under
Gilliam.
So Gilliam's got an
on Hobson, by the way. And then Gilliam's gone ahead and picked off Zach Rattray wide.
Now, I wonder, did Gilliam serve that 5 second in his pit stop? He did. Okay, so that was one thing I was worried about. But now P7 for Gilliam, so he doesn't have to worry about that penalty. Oh, how's the heart rate? 4 laps to go as we cross the line. TTR versus Lobs, Anderson versus Philsell.
You start showing the nose. You start harassing the rearview mirror. So there is definitely a tiny lift there.
Yeah. I don't think it's to save fuel. I think it's just to him not overshooting the corner, going in too hot, understeering a little bit. He's probably just looking after the car. He just wants to rattle his cage. Don't be surprised. You need him to flash the lights more. That's what he needs to do, is just annoy Anderson in the mirror. And, you know, maybe Anderson will make that little mistake. He needs to cover the inside here. Philsell hasn't made the move. Anderson driving really, really smart.
Not covering clean air either is the big key. And now as they get into Siberia, 3.5 laps left to run. He's run him down from such a long way back. As Boa with that contact that we just saw, nets him a 5 second penalty, so he's going to tumble just a little bit. Be disappointing mark on what has been a reasonably strong day for that car. Philsell's just end it. That's very late. That's very aggressive. They both end up on the marbles, but Philsell's got it.
We should have seen that coming. He's been doing it all night. When he was making his way through the field, that was his favourite passing zone. And unfortunately, Anderson just didn't quite cover him off there, and I think that'll be the end of it. Philsell will now just disappear as he crosses the line with 3 laps to go.
The thing is, I didn't see that. He didn't cover it because he didn't need to.
Have a look.
Look at how far back he launches this from.
Just dives. Got the confidence. Confidence in the car, confidence in the tyres. Pulled it up nice. There was no contact. And Anderson just couldn't do anything about it.
Absolutely nothing. So, right, does he have the fuel now? Is that next question. Did he roll up here? Did he have to save a half a litre? And now he's thrown that half a litre in the car. He's good to go. But they're still lining up out of the rear tyres. Under 12 kilometres left to go now. And what has
Endo has-
Anderson got
Yeah.
in terms of a reply? Is there a reply?
This is brilliant, because I actually thought that Phil Cell might just disappear, but Ando's hung right in there. And there's a lap car just in front of them. I don't know if they'll catch them when they cross the line. It'll be 2 to go, so I don't think they will catch that car.
Now he's starting to pull clear at the front end of things as well. Just after 5 p.m. in sim time, the track has cooled significantly. It's down to 21 degrees Celsius on track. And for Josh Anderson, he's led such a significant part of this back end of this race. The second half of the race has been his and his alone, up until a lap ago.
Yeah. And don't forget that Phil Cell does have those couple of lap fresher tyres too, so that might be just working for him just at this back half of the race. 2 to go now. Has he got anything for him? I think not. I think that car has been, it's been extremely strong. We saw that the margin that Kostecki was able to pull out on the field. And as soon as Phil Cell got on it, he was quick too. He made his way through the field quite comfortably from back in 20th position. And now he's taken the lead off Josh Anderson with a couple of laps to go.
But just, you put Anderson in on fresh tyres and he just made no ground. Like, there was just nothing. Fresh versus old tyres. Phil Cell just didn't lose at all. And that was the big key. So when he came back out on fresh tyres, he just rocketed off down the road.
Yeah, both teams have got a lot to be proud of tonight. Yeah, the drive that Phil Cell and Kostecki put in, but the drive that Anderson and Burton put in as well. They've put themselves in a brilliant position. And it's going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, there's just about nothing you can do at this point in time as well. 7:10 starts to pull away for Jared Phil Cell. One more lap of the 500 from Phillip Island. The white flag has been waved. 4.44 kilometres and 12 turns remain. The rain again has not eventuated. But what it is raining is talent, speed, performance, engineering, and a car that's just looked after his tyres better than everyone else whilst being quicker than everyone else. Where do you fault them? And realistically, it's the strategy, but did they cover off a hole in the strategy? I think that's the big question, is if they recognise that they had to go to the end of that lap, well, it doesn't matter because they've won it anyway.
Yeah.
But imagine if they had picked the lap earlier and we were wrong, and then they'd have been penalised post-race for not too long in the cockpit.
Yep. At the end of the day, they were smart about it. They did what they had to do, and if it meant that the safety car just came out at the wrong point, so be it. But they've done enough where they've brought it home. It's been a brilliant drive, hard to fault, and they'll be absolutely stoked with this result.
And the big thing is when you actually have a look in sim, laps completed 56 for Jared Phil Cell, 56 for Brody Kostecki, so they did have to go that extra lap, and that solves that equation as well. Jared Phil Cell's enjoying it. Final couple of corners, he will light it up. He will slide the rear end of the Chevrolet Camaro on the Lobs Esports 94, makes it another win in 2025. Who will stop Phil Cell? Who will stop him?
And Maloney will cross the line in P3, the second of the TTR, and it makes a TTR second, 2-3-4 as Brady Myers. What a brilliant comeback, up 35 positions for Brady Myers from so far back in the pack. And now it's a drag race for these guys as we finish off the race. But a brilliant drive to come home in fourth for Brady Myers. That was just brilliant stuff between him and Rehan Lienage. What an outcome for them.
Phil Cell's out of fuel, by the way.
So
he made it to the Southern Loop. He just had enough. He had the right amount. Chris Island, though, is going to get the elbows out to hang on to one on the final lap of the race for P24. gets it done.
Drag race. There we go. Oh, a lock up.
That's the other of the DPR cars as well. No, sorry, my apologies. This is a replay. Chris Island on the final lap.
Wow.
And that is 500 Ks from Phillip Island in a touch over 3 hours.
So no victory burnout for Jared Philsell, but they don't care. You'd rather take the silverware home and celebrate with a couple of frothies other than a big dirty burnout. So congratulations to both Jared Philsell and Brody Kostecki taking out the first of our endurance races. What an absolute cracking race between Jared Philsell and Josh Anderson at the end. I think we saw a little bit of everything, didn't we, tonight, Scotty?
Yeah, worthwhile pointing out, what is that going to do for Josh Anderson and his points for the year? And Jake Maloney was actually quite up there as well. Gilliam's going to lose a boatload of points to those guys just with the way that that one shook out. But realistically, sure, Philsell gets home from 20th and runs up there, but Brady Myers from the rear of the field to 4th.
Yeah, it's huge.
You know, so that's a huge statement drive. And remember, he picks up Ethan Warren for Sandown and Bathurst as well. So it'll be a change of co-drivers for them. But Rayon Leonage has done a great job. And realistically, you could say, you know, what a great job, what a talented co-driver. But there's a step up coming for Brady Myers for what's left as well. Righto, final finishing result. Jared Philsell from Josh Anderson, Maloney, Myers, Greg Galt, Damon Woods, Andrew Gilliam, Zach Rattray White, Brent Hobson, Dylan Rudd home in your top 10. Sam Blacklock will be disappointed to miss out because that car was capable of maybe a 7th or an 8th here today from Blake Warboys, who did a cracking job to bring that one home for main game driver Jordan Ross. Bo Albert with the penalty late on. He's actually going to lose 2 spots there and will end up 15th. Griffin Gardner and Jacob O'Reilly will gain a spot each. Teo Sorono was the car that they actually elbowed off in that one ahead of Rick Kuznetsov in forward. Luke Rosella back to 19th after the issues in that final stint, and Andre Youssef home in 20th. Outside of the 20, Wayne Burke, again, another car that really could have done a fair bit better. Antel Sabo struggled on board car 89 today. Work to do for them heading into the next one. Kurt Stenberg from Dylan Pereira. Chris Island, Andre Heimgartner home in 25th. Hayden Veld, Scott Gamble, Brad Ratu, Adam Briggs, and Ryan Jones. Briggs, deeper in the field. They actually, that's not representative, I think, the pace that they had today. Matt Bowler had to make an additional pit stop for blowing some tyres off car 12. And Jack Widders, the final car home on the lead lap. Cars off the lead lap, and there was a lot of them, and that will happen in the 500k race. Jake Blackwell from Lachlan Caper, Damon Mulqueen, Jamie Stable, Ben Postlethwaite, Ben Faulkner, Sean McNamara. Remember, they had steering damage early on in car 951. And Brian Borgheim in 40th, and Sebastian Van Del, the only retirement from that race. And the safety car, we did see it. Next time, can we swap that? Look, I'll take, if we have to not take a safety car, I'll take rain. Can we swap those?
Well, don't forget our next stop on the calendar is Sandown, and if you've ever been a fan of supercars at Sandown for endurance racing, you know that Sandown, the 500 and rain, they all seem to go together quite nicely.
Righto, we're going to take a walk to the bottom step of the podium here today, and it's going to be car number 29, who had a lot of speed there today, boys. Qualified the car on P3 there, Jake, and handed it over to Hammers to go hard at the start of the race. So, you know what? That's actually not worked out too bad for the Perry. I think you're both very happy with the way today's gone.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that was an amazing night for the team and all of us in car 29. Yeah, qualifying couldn't have gone better, really. Just faster every lap, and I think Richard did an amazing job in his stint, especially in that first stint. Like, he's been out of the seat most of the year, and he's up against all the quickest guys and was like holding his own and faster than most of them. So yeah, no, unbelievable job by Richard. And yeah, car was good. Just yeah, it was just look after the tyres and hold it in position. There wasn't eventful. It just went pretty much 100% to plan.
I think worthwhile pointing out in terms of the speed that you, like you said, it's having that co-driver that's at the same sort of speed as the main driver. And Richard, congratulations to you, because you actually set the fastest lap of that car today. But again, today wasn't about what you could get out at the front end of the tyre. It was making the damn thing hold on for the long period that you're actually asking from the car itself. That was a big challenge hanging on to tyres at the island.
Yeah, no, absolutely. definitely a bit different in this car to the old Gen 2 car, which I think didn't really have the same effects with tyre wear at the end. So yeah, definitely really important to make sure you're not taking too much out of the tyres at the start. But I think both Maloney and I managed that pretty well. I think Maloney probably could have gone a little bit quicker in his last stint there if he wanted to, but might have just been holding on to the tyres in the hope that something might happen towards the end. But I think I pretty much echo everything Maloney said. It was a really good race from both of us. I think we pretty much executed as well as we could and maximised the result.
Mate, podium, obviously a big thing for, how this car's sort of coming together. Obviously, True Force Endurance Cup as well. We look forward to Sandown and to Bathurst. And after you walk away with such a high confidence level, Sandown's such a different track. There's elements when we get to Bathurst that obviously are the same with the high, the speed, the flow up and across the top. And a little bit of that tyre life, I think, is going to be a big question mark for doing the full stint on the tyres at Bathurst if that's required. But Sandown's a different ball game entirely. It is point and shoots, traction, braking performance and traction are the big things at Sandown. How's the confidence level from a Trans-Tasman perspective heading to that and an endurance campaign? Because, well, you guys look at each other and go, yep, we trust each other completely. Jake?
Yeah, absolutely. Confidence is very high. I know, like, Richard and I have teamed up in many enduros and been teammates for a very long time. So, yeah, we just know exactly what to do in these races. And yeah, confidence is high going into Sandown. I think typically we've struggled there, but I think the way this car is, we're a fair chance at Sandown.
And finally, Richard, any more comments? Like, is there anything from today that you weren't happy with? Because obviously the comments are saying, we both think that we've maximised what we've got out of it. What's the one or two things that you think potentially can be improved upon?
I think the main thing that the main difference between us and Jared and Brody and Jake and Josh is just a little bit of pace. Like, we just need a tenth or two a lap, and we could be up with those guys. But really, outside of that, I think we pretty much maximised everything. So we'll be working hard to tune up the cars for Sandown. I've had a pretty rough couple of Sandown 500s in this series previously, so I'll need to tune up my driving a little bit there. So yeah, I'll be working on that in the next couple of weeks, and hopefully we can have an even better result there.
Finally, congratulations, boys, on the podium. Jake, who would you like to give a thank you and a shout out to?
Yeah, just big thanks to Richard, obviously, for the great drive. All the team, the car setup was amazing. We raced here in Scops last week, and I know Brady and I teamed up in that, and we struggled quite a lot. So the turnaround and car setup by everyone on the team was incredible, and sim rigs for being on the car, and yeah, just everyone in the series and broadcast for putting it on.
Richard Hampstead, is there anyone else that you'd like to add to that list of thank yous?
Just massive thanks to Jake. He just did a great drive today, and really led the car. So massive shout out to him, and I think, like Jake said, massive shout out to everyone who worked on the setup this week. So yeah, and just as an aside, just a shout out to our team boss, who I'm sure everyone is aware has had his first child overnight. So massive shout out to him. I'm sure he's probably watching with the newborn and his wife Peter.
Yeah, likewise. Congrats to Madam Peter.
Ladies and gentlemen, drivers of car number 29 for Trans-Tasman Racing. Congratulations to third place tonight, Jake Maloney and Richard Hampstead. Thank you very much, boys. Finally, next step up, Sandman's going to have a chat to car coming home in P2 tonight. He's standing by with the drivers of 36.
Yeah, mate, got Josh Anderson, Jake Burton here. Congratulations, guys. Came right down to the wire between yourself, Phil Sell. Ando, how was it? Explain those last, 10 laps, knowing that sort of Phil Sell was on the charge.
Yeah, I thought I did a decent enough job. Like, we weren't quick enough, which those guys were on another level, pace-wise. But yeah, I felt like I did a pretty decent job for most of that last, little bit of the race. Like, there was, I had a bit of a lock up at Honda one lap, and I lost maybe a tenth or so, but generally drove pretty good in the whole stint. And then even when Jared was behind me, like, I held him for 6 or 7 laps. And yeah, I just didn't expect him to send it from so far back, which we did a great job to pull the move back. But yeah, not happy about it with myself, obviously.
Mate, I think you got a lot to be proud of yourself and Jake. You did a brilliant job, Jake. You driving, your stint was brilliant as well. How were the nerves watching those final 10 laps as the co-driver? You're pretty much just a sit and duck, aren't you? You're just sort of watching out and just letting Josh do his thing.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's a little bit strange being on this side of it. It's been a long time for me, but yeah, I think I had plenty of faith in Josh to be able to get it done. I think he's done an excellent job this year. There's a reason he's had so many of the good results that he has had, and yeah, I had total faith in him to get the job done. I think for us, I think just to reiterate what Josh said, I just think those two are so fast. I just really think, we got an absolute blessing with their strategy and when the safety car fell. If it had come one lap earlier, it would have been better, but it pretty much fell at one of the worst times for them. With how they chose to do their drivers, and they still came through the field from 8 or 9 seconds back and beat us. So, yeah, really, really quick from those guys, but had total faith in Josh. We just weren't quite fast enough today.
I think you both have got a lot to be proud of. The car looked good tonight. Josh, back to you. Our next step is we head to Sandown. How are your feelings and thoughts as you head and prepare for that one?
Yeah, like, I don't know. Racing's fun. I've just got to get better, don't I? So it's just the only thing I can really say. Yeah, just not really good enough. Just pretty disappointing. But
don't be hard on yourself, mate. I think you've done a brilliant job to come home P2. There's a lot of people that would absolutely love to be in second. I know it hurts when those races get away from you, but you should hold your head up pretty high.
yeah, thanks, man. It's it's just pretty just got to try to find some more speed in the car and I don't know, get better racecraft, I suppose. Practice it more.
And Jake, you excited about Sandown?
Yeah, well, honestly, Sam, and it's not been a strong track for me historically. Where honestly, Phillip Island has probably been one of my best over the years. If we had a one tonight, I would have won here in this series 3 years in a row. So yeah, this is a really, really solid track for me. So it's going to be hard for me, I think, to back up my performance at Sandown is here, but we'll give it our best crack. New car, first time for us going to Sandown, so we'll put everything we can into it, do the best we can, and then obviously all eyes forward to Bathurst after that.
All right, Josh, back to you just for a quick moment. We'll let you thank anyone you want to thank for tonight, and then we'll hand over to Jake.
Yeah, of course. Well, as I will reiterate, I'm so happy for Madison and Peter. Obviously, the birth of Charlotte today. I consider Madison more than a friend. He's a mentor. He's so many things. He's such a great bloke. And yeah, it's amazing to see Mads and Peter be parents. So that's pretty cool. And obviously, aside from that, yeah, the whole team, we didn't have a great car in Scops. I don't know if we actually got any closer to Lobs, but they probably improved their car from Scops as well. But we definitely improved our car from Scops. And that's, we're all working full time. We've all got shit to do, but we make the effort to get on the sim and spend our weeks and our weekends doing this. So, yeah, that's great. And we improved a lot. And I think to see 2, 3, 4 is a pretty good result. Yeah, so we've got to take that as positive and press on to the next event.
And Jake, final shout out for you.
Yeah, just I feel like I'm the fourth person to say it now, but massive congrats to Mads and Peter. That's really, really cool for those two. And in typical Mads fashion, he was on until literally the night before helping us build this setup. So huge shout out to him and congrats to them. Yeah, just a massive thanks to the team and all our supporters, particularly, VRS. They're a sponsor and supporter of both Josh and myself. So we can't do it without them. Huge thanks to them and the whole team. And yeah, bring on Sandown.
Well, congratulations, boys. Well done. Looking forward to chatting with you guys at Sandown. But until then, all the best. And we'll see you when we go racing next time.
Thanks, Sam, man. Have a good one, mate.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right. There you go, Scotty. That's our second place now. You caught up with our race winners in Jared Filso and Brody Kostecki.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me the absolute pleasure to introduce the Phillip Island 500s winners here tonight. Boys, that was a challenge. But the critical thing was making sure that you obviously checked all the boxes on board the strategy, because it had us baffled, obviously, with the pit stop window and exactly where that one fell. But you knew all of the critical bits and pieces, and pitting at the end of lap 57. That was sort of the key, wasn't it? You know, making sure that you got home, checking those boxes off. How much preparation work goes into making sure that you knew every little bits and pieces? Because there was a couple other cars in the field that obviously went the other way.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a headache. Obviously, we opted to go for a different philosophy and strategy. Unfortunately, didn't work out for the other two Lobs guys. It probably didn't hurt Luke as much as what it hurt Gilly and I. But yeah, I mean, you couldn't have scripted that safety car at like a worse time. That was it was hilarious actually.
Well, that's one of the things that we were talking about. Like, if there's a 2-lap window where that happens, that's perfectly the worst time for that one to happen. But look, I think challenging race to come back through the field. Brody, obviously, over to you. I mean, perfect getaway. Things started off at the front end of the race. You were just able to sit there, log laps, and do everything that you needed to do from the front end of the race. Obviously, confidence level in that car is so high at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone did a great job with the setup. Car's been pretty dominant all year, so obviously everyone's been making slight gains round in, through each round in this series. But we've sort of been making the same amount of gains as well. So it makes it easy when it drives itself. And Jared's fired from organising our race strategies, and we'll move on to the next one and make sure that we don't put ourselves in a situation if there's a safety car that we go to the back of the field and make it exciting.
Well, Jared, have you got the resume ready to hand in and for Brody to take to Bathurst with him, or so he's just banned you from that one? You're not allowed anywhere near the car.
I mean, I'll take part blame of it, but it wasn't just myself making that decision. There was more than me doing it. A real life supercar engineer as well. I won't name the name, but no. It was a group. It was a group call, to be honest. Not sure. There was an oversight, and we got burnt. But honestly, I don't know how we came back from wherever we were at. That was pretty special, to be honest. That was, I thought we were dead and buried. Pulled that one out of the fire for sure.
Is it? I mean, obviously, I think one of the biggest things is strategically the race. Obviously, I thought coming into this one exactly the same as you guys. When I saw the race draw up, I thought, there's really only one way to cut this. I hadn't even considered this one very small window to be an issue related to the fact. But there's been so much debate about what the right and the wrong way to do things, and to cut the cake and to slice it up and to portion it of late, not just in our game, but obviously in the real world. It's a tricky and it's a fine line to get right and to get wrong. And I mean, that's the risk of the strategy. This was the one risk of the strategy, and that's the way the dice sometimes just get rolled, Jared.
Yeah, definitely. If we had our time again, I'm sure we would have opted to go a separate way and run more conventionally what all the other guys ended up running there. But yeah, I'm not too heavy with that strategy calling. I've put myself and Brody in a shit spot a few times with just poor decision making with on the fly. I think we're okay, but the planning needs to be a lot better if we want to contend. And we got the speed, but I think this one was a real lucky get out of jail. Like I said, pulled it out of the fire. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to explain how we actually won that.
A really interesting point I'd actually like to put to you at this point, Brody. Obviously, normally when it comes down to the fire and the crunch time, it's normally you that gets to be behind the wheel and go, yeah, sweet, I get to go out and I get to be aggressive and I get to make those. Is it worse sitting there and watching and sort of biting your fingernails a little bit more? Or is it more fun sort of being behind the wheel because you feel a little bit more in control of your own destiny?
No, I actually really enjoy watching Jared drive. It was good, watching him come through the field, and we're trying to manage a lot of things and try do things to give ourselves a bit of a an offset to the guys that were racing up front. So yeah, we're pretty happy when they pitted early, and they were right on the threshold of, I guess the tyre wear. So we knew that we had a pretty good chance if we could come out, within 6 to 7 seconds at the end, and we were surprised that they only come out sort of 5 in front. So yeah, it was good to see that. I knew from that point onwards that we, I guess, had a chance to get the job done. And I think Jared was a bit sort of, wasn't sure if we are going to be able to do it or not. But I just gave him a target to hit, with lap times and delta to the car in front. We just managed it, pretty well. So it's entertaining driving, but it's also good watching Jared drive too. He's probably one of the best in the world with this, so it's always good to watch him drive.
Mate, I will say, obviously, you just get so many raps. Just everyone I've ever talked to that says, "Oh, what's Brody like to work with?" He's just brilliant. He's just the way he talks about engineering and those sorts of things. Would you credit Jared with the pace? Obviously, you've got talent goes a long way through that. But I think one of the biggest things, whenever I talk to anyone that's ever had anything to do with you guys, it's that mentality around the team, the way that you talk. It's different to everyone. How much do you credit that with the way that the things have gone for you this year?
I think it's been good. We obviously cut the team down a lot this year and probably made our group a bit smaller. But it's been, I guess, good watching these guys, have a burn. We've had some really good results, and obviously Gilly and Jared are, doing really well in the championship at the moment. Gilly didn't quite come through the field as well and got a bit of a penalty, but those guys have been, I guess, the class of the field this year, and Luke's got a bit of work to do, but we're having a lot of fun doing it. We, that's the aim of the game. If we're not having fun, we don't do it. So, and it's obviously good to have these enduros as well, where we can come in and have a steer. And it was, pretty funny watching Thomas McMillan with his D-class license out there today, doing a, pretty good job. And it's just it's all fun for us. And if it's not fun, we won't do it.
Finally, the floor obviously opens to the pair of you to give a thank you to anyone that you would like to thank. Jared, I'll start with you.
Obviously all the guys that have put all the work in this year. Obviously we've got the main core of the drivers currently, like that are racing and whatnot. But I mean, we've had Shane jump in and throw ideas around when he's got some spare time and whatnot. So there's a lot of valuable people in our little group. So we always just bounce off each other. It's good banter, good fun, great bunch of guys to be around. And obviously like to thank Numo for being the CEO of the corporation that is Lobs. Couldn't do it without him.
And finally, Brody, the floor's open to you and anyone you'd like to thank you to as well.
Just everyone on Lobs for all their work, and Brad Newman, our CEO, is he's a pivotal part in our organisation. He's around all the time, and making sure everyone's putting all the work in, and he runs a pretty pretty good show over there at Lobs, and I guess that's why we're so dominant. So we're very lucky to have Brad Newman.
Thank you very much, boys. Always a pleasure to chat to you guys and hear what you've got to say. Thanks for joining us tonight. And finally, congratulations on getting it done at the Phillip Island 500. We'll see you for the rest of the True Force Endurance Cup.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of the Phillip Island 500. But in 2 weeks' time on a Friday night, racing action will continue. We're off to the Bend, and it's the GT Pro Invitational Series' opportunity. GT3 racing action from the Bend Motorsports Park. It's fast, it's flowing, but a little bit different in the way that the cars go in operation. There's more downforce. The top end speed is slightly reduced, and the horsepower just a touch as well. That will be the next round of the GT Pro. Then it's the second to last one before the big one that comes our way. Sandown 500 on Friday, the 31st of October. Coverage to come to you live from 6:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. The 500, we'll see some more throwback liveries when we get there, Sandman, and then it's on to the 1,000 off in November. And I tell you what, after tonight, and just seeing how quick that car was, they're chomping at the bit to get out there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was dominant performance there from the Lobs guys and Jared Phil, Brady Kostecki. Bring on Sandown. Really looking forward to it. It's just the first of our 3 Enduros done and dusted. Mate, I can't wait. Already hanging to get there. Can't wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us once again. I want to say a big shout out to all the sponsors that keep the light on here for the Logitech G Pro Invitational. on behalf of Logitech, on behalf of OG Gear, play seat and your pole position that went to Zach Rattray White tonight, and the gamesmen as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been another round of the V8 Pro Invitational. We'll see you all again in a couple of weeks' time when we go racing in GT3s.
Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Like chef, show your gun, that's on me. Out here getting this beer. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Come too icy, come too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white lid, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace, go like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.